Check, check, test 1, 2.
You got the sound going?
Ready to start? Ready to start?
Yep, 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 yep.
Microphones, Walter. Microphones, Walter. Hello, hello, check, check. I'd like to call to order the regular city council meeting. The date is November 1st. The time is 6:09 p.m. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Kashamba Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Julia Botel,
Here.
Jonathan Evans, City Manager,
Present.
Tawana King, City Clerk is present, Don Wynn, City Attorney.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'd like to have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Miss Aaliyah Melvin. If you can't come to the front, she's a student at New Horizon and she's going to be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone can please rise. Miss Aaliyah is a member of Sincere 2000's family. It's a mental health organization, and she's the youngest of the bunch. The entire family are children that are business owners and entrepreneurs, and in the future, she looks forward to being an actor or a doctor. Welcome, Miss Aaliyah Melvin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Everybody give it up for Miss Aaliyah. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Chair, I wanted to, I guess I can pull 3C and 3D after we get to the consent agenda, but I did want to add a discussion item for the city and the Riviera Beach Housing Authority partnership as a discussion.
Board, do we want to add that to the end of the agenda?
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Patel, go ahead.
given the length of our agenda this evening, I don't think we have sufficient time to devote. This is an extremely important topic for us. I want to see a thorough examination of the proposal that we received. Actually, I saw it today for the first time. It was sent to us on Monday. It went to my spam folder. I saw it today for the first time. I haven't had enough time to review that. It's so important. I think we need a workshop on this topic so that we can look at all of the potential ways in which we could develop that site. I do think, and I pledge that as long as I have anything to say about it, there will be a Judge Rogers Center there at that site. But I think we need to have several hours worth of conversation that includes members of the CRA and CDC staff so that they're not here this evening, and the people from the Housing Authority. We need to work, I agree, we need to work with the Housing Authority. They are our housing authority. They represent Riviera Beach. We need to include them. But tonight is just not the night to do it. I think that we need to, as soon as possible, and perhaps not waiting until the new year, perhaps in the next month and a half, we can have that workshop so that we can examine the best way to develop this property. So I would prefer, from me anyway, to wait until we can have that thorough conversation of this important topic.
Councilmember Miller Anderson, Councilmember McCoy,
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
I concur with Dr. Botel. We do have a very, very long agenda tonight, and it is an important issue, so I would be in favor of placing it on a future agenda.
Councilman McCoy,
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
thank you. I would love to hear from him. In fact, I'm not sure what the CDC has to do with this. This has absolutely nothing to do with the Riviera Beach CDC, nor does it have anything to do with the CRA. In fact, we were caught by surprise by a presentation that was provided by the CRA relative to this. So no better time than the present. Additionally, I think it's important because there's not been a time that there's not been controversy that we've had this many participants in our meeting. Now, I will like to preference my support in this, and that I'm okay with a presentation. And I think we need to resolve this, Ms. Nguyen and Ms. Smith and Mr. Evans, that I brought this up before. Florida statutes requires bodies to provide public a reasonable opportunity to be heard before a proposition or proposal before any board or committee. Every presentation doesn't necessarily dignify, 50 people standing up to give a public comment on. I'm okay with it, but if we're going to try to entertain public comments, that's not going to be able to work. But I definitely would love to hear that presentation.
Thank you, Councilman. I would be supportive of hearing the presentation tonight so that we can add it to the agenda. Attorney Nguyen, do we want to vote to go ahead and move forward with that since there's a consensus of 3 members that would like to hear it?
Yes, I do think you need a vote, Mr. Chair.
Pro Tem?
Also, you should clarify how you're going to hear it. I did hear Ms. Lanier say she wanted it as a discussion item, and on discussion items, we typically don't have public comment. And so I don't know if cards were put in for this item, but again, that also can change with a vote of the council.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
If the board would be so inclined to consider possibly moving this under presentations, especially if there's a situation where the board is hearing the presentation, that allows for the item to be heard earlier versus waiting till the end of the meeting, which is probably going to go into the late hours. And so if it is the board's desire to be inclined to hear the presentation, it would be staff's recommendation that you consider placing that item maybe before item 6D under your presentations for the purposes of allowing for the persons here to share with the board what they are contemplating.
Mr. Chair.
So that,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I'm fine. I'm fine with hearing a presentation. My concern would be if we were being asked to vote on something tonight or make a decision based on the short amount of time we have, and if it were to be an item that people would come up to the mic for 3 minutes apiece, our agenda is just too big tonight. But I'd be happy to hear the presentation.
And I agree. I believe Pro Tem Lanier, she did just request to have a discussion about the Housing Authority. So I'm not sure if an action item or any discussion about making a motion or a vote will be taking place, or if that's the intent, but I know discussion is intended. Presentation, I'm okay with that, but we do have a lot of business of the city, Mr. Evans, to get through. It is a lengthy agenda. Colleagues, I actually would prefer to have it at the end of the agenda, but if we want to see it at 6E, I'm okay with that as well.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Botel, go
I
ahead.
think there are a number of people here in the audience that would be grateful if we did it earlier in the evening. I see a number of Alpha members here. I see. So I think in deference to the folks who have come out tonight for that agenda item, not that it was an agenda item, but if we could, but just maybe we could limit the presentation to like 10 minutes or, because our agenda tonight is just so long. If we could limit the presentation. Would be
Thank you, Councilwoman Botel. I love the engagement, and I would actually love for them to sit through the whole meeting. But
I would too, but we know it's going to be late.
Madam Pro Temp, where would you like to see this?
Yeah, we can put it under presentations and we can just listen to that presentation from the Housing Authority.
Can we have a motion?
Motion to add a partnership with the Riviera Beach Housing Authority as item 6D.
Second.
6E. We have a motion made, probably second, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, 4-1 with Councilperson Miller Anderson dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any additional deletions, additions, or substitutions?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Just for clarifications, 12B and 12C are discussion items. On there, it lists that we're asking for a motion, but it's just simply a discussion. Item 1A, which are the minutes, those will be amended to reflect that Ms. Lanier attended virtual. 1B will be amended to reflect that both Ms. Lanier and Ms. Miller Anderson attended virtually. Item 1C will be deleted. Also, 6C will be deleted, and then we're adding 6E as a discussion with the Housing Authority.
Sorry, 6C was deleted.
6C, yes.
You're amending minutes.
No, I'm sorry, 6D. No. I
Start over,
had it
please,
correct.
Mr. Chair.
6C.
Can- Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk, if you can't start from the beginning, go a little slower so the board can
Okay.
follow up, please. Thank you.
12B as in boy. On the agenda, it says that we're asking for a motion for approval. It's just a discussion item. 12C as in Charlie, same thing. It says that we're asking for a motion, but it's just a discussion item. Item 1A as in Apple, the minutes would be amended to reflect that Ms. Lanier was virtual attendance. 1B as in boy would be amended to reflect that both Ms. Lanier and Ms. Miller Anderson was virtual. We're deleting item 1C. There needs to be more revisions made. Item 6C is being deleted, and we're adding 6E. So there will be no presentation by Palmtran.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Board,
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
I wanted to, I had no clue that we were going to get a half dozen additions and substitutions, but I am definitely interested in having a discussion on RFQ 1070, the public-private partnership for City Hall. And I specifically want to do that, and I think it's very important that we do it at the top of our regular agenda. So I would ask for the support of the boards to have a discussion on the RFP for City Hall.
Board,
Because it seems like item 11A is in relation to that. Might we have it during that item or discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
that is exactly why I asked for it to go there. However, my discussion does relate to have some CBRE components in it, but I want to speak to specifically the solicitation and how we arrived at CBRE. So while I certainly want to have that discussion, I think if we take it at the same exact time, I think discussion may lend us to more specifics that's not involving CBRE. But however we want to do it, I just want to make sure that it's clear that there are some concerns that I think, in fact, we need to have a conversation because we've never been a part of the termination of the RFQ for the City Hall discussion. And that seems to be contrary to the board document. And we received something late yesterday. And this, members, as you guys all remember, we haven't met in a month, and this is the only time that we can talk about it. So I would hope that we don't take this to another meeting because of the importance of City Hall and getting some clarification on a few things.
Councilman McCoy, can we hear that after we get through our ordinances before we get to 11A? Because I believe that based on germanity, I would want to keep them separate. So if we could hear it as item 10, right after the ordinance, that would be where I'd like to put it. If that's okay.
Actually, I said 10A.
Oh, you did say 10A?
10A,
Okay.
so,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
I would support that. Pro Temp Lanier, Dr. Botel?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay. No objections to the addition. 10A, Madam Clerk, discussion about RFQ. I don't have the number in front of me. I'm sorry.
RFQ 1070
Thank you.
-23-1.
I'm gonna repeat that. You said RFQ 10 dash,
RFQ 1070-23-1.
thank you.
Any additional additions, deletions, or substitutions? Disclosures by the board, mayor, or council?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Botel, go
I've
ahead.
had conversations with representatives from the Military Trail Project. I can't see the number. Where is it? Let me find it here.
It's the ordinance, 9A,
I'm looking.
9B, 9C.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor?
Mr. Chair.
Please.
No disclosures, but I know I talked to you earlier about Palm Train. Is any members from Palm Train here today?
Yes.
There's members?
Member Andy. Oh,
No, I know this was to give a presentation, right?
They,
Did
we deleted it right before, I believe. Right
we
before
get in
you
touch
walked.
with them? Nobody's here to.
Did someone speak to Mr.
Mr.
Evans?
Chair, yes, we spoke with Palm Tran to
Okay.
reschedule their presentation because of the duration of the agenda.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, thank you. Councilman McCoy? Disclosures? No?
oh, yes.
Yes.
I did speak to Representative from Celeste on the quasi judicial matter, which is actually, we don't have a quasi judicial matter tonight, do we, Ms. Nguyen? We have zoning, future land
Right.
use.
They're all legislative.
Yeah, so, yeah, no disclosures, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any additional disclosures? Mr. Sermons? Motion to adopt agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel? Councilperson Mill Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Consent agenda. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine and action will be taken in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence of agenda. Anyone want to pull an item from consent?
Yes. 3C and 3D.
3C, 3D. Do any public comments, Madam Clerk?
No, sir, we don't have any public comment cards on the consent agenda, and the acceptance of public comment cards for the consent agenda is now closed.
Anyone want to pull any additional items?
Mr. Chair,
Madam, Dr. Patel, go ahead.
just a request, would it be possible for us to consider 3C and 3D after the presentations on the agenda so that the people who are here for presentations can get that taken care of?
I'm fine with that, Pro Tem.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. I see somebody in costume. It's got to be hot back there.
So we're going to move 3C and 3D immediately following our presentations
Thank you.
after we approve consent. Additional discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson, hold on.
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Mill Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy? Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
Thank you. We're going to jump straight into awards and presentations. We'll do 6A, 6B, 6D, 6E, and then come back to the items on consent.
Item 6A, Mr. Chair, is a proclamation honoring November 12th through November 18th, 2023 as Nurse Practitioner Week in the city of Riviera Beach, and this will be presented by Ms. Shirley Lanier, Councilwoman District 3.
Thank you. I'm going to read a proclamation for our nurses and nurse practitioners here in Palm Beach County and to recognize their efforts in terms of serving this county and also serving the city of Riviera Beach. We have representatives from the Nurse Practitioner Council of Palm Beach County and the Black Nurse Practitioners of Palm Beach County. Whereas nurse practitioners play a critical role as trusted providers of healthcare for patients in our state. Nurse practitioners work to expand healthcare access in underserved communities, promote health equity and care, and patients depend on the more than 355,000 licensed nurse practitioners in the United States and 21,000 in Florida to diagnose, manage, and treat their chronic and acute health care conditions. Whereas nurse practitioners provide high-quality primary, acute, and specialty healthcare services while emphasizing health promotion, disease prevention, health education, and counseling, guiding patients to make smarter health and lifestyle choices every day. Whereas the confidence that patients have in nurse practitioner-delivered healthcare is evidenced by the more than 1 billion visits made annually to nurse practitioners across the country. Whereas for more than 5 decades of research demonstrates the high quality of care provided by nurse practitioners. And whereas better utilization of nurse practitioners through modernized state laws and improved policies create better health through a more accessible, efficient, cost-effective, and higher quality healthcare system. And whereas more than half the nation, including 26 states, the District of Columbia, Guam, and the Northern Mariana Islands, has adopted full practice authority legislation offering patients full and direct access to the outstanding care provided by nurse practitioners. Whereas leading governmental and policy entities, including the National Academy of Medicine, the National Council of State Board of Nursing, the National Governors Association, and the Federal Trade Commission have taken notice of the benefits of providing full and direct access to nurse practitioner delivered care. And whereas nurse practitioners serve as the primary care provider of choice for many Riviera Beach residents and play a pivotal role in the health and welfare of our communities. Whereas the City of Riviera Beach is proud to recognize and honor the service of nurse practitioners to our state, be it resolved, therefore, the Mayor of Riviera Beach hereby declares November 12th to November 18th, 2023 as National Nurse Practitioners Week, in recognition of the countless contributions nurse practitioners have made over the past half century and will continue to make on behalf of the health and well-being in our state. I am here to set upon hand and cause the official seal of the City of Riviera Beach to be affixed on this first day of November 2023. Thank you. And I can have a representative from the Nurse Practitioner Council of Palm Beach County and a representative from the Black Nurse Practitioners of Palm Beach County. I do have the Black Nurse Practitioner of Palm Beach County. So, I don't want to word. I have them. I have the founder here as well, and I would like for her to come up too.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Dr. Judy Ann Wellington, and I am a nurse practitioner here in Palm Beach County, and I'm one of the founders of Black Nurse Practitioners, along with Avis Brown. The reason why I reached out to Avis and decided to start an organization with Black Nurse Practitioners is, as a new nurse practitioner back in 2017, I needed guidance, and I didn't know where to go. So I reached out to Avis, which was a seasoned nurse practitioner for several years prior to myself. And I said, hey, we need something that us can relate to, and we can have nurse practitioners after us have somewhere to go to get guidance. So that's the reason why we started out in 2018 with 10 of us, and now we're over 200 strong and growing.
Thank you so much for this honor. We greatly appreciate it. My name is Jen Koretsky. I serve as president of the Nurse Practitioner Council of Palm Beach County. And likewise, we know our communities need enhanced access to care, and they need really great care. And so our organizations here in Palm Beach County work to make sure that we're providing those opportunities for new nurses to go to become nurse practitioners, but also to make sure that once nurse practitioners are out there, that our hearts remain in nursing, and that's serving all populations. And our passion is obviously here in Palm Beach County. So again, thank you so, so much. We're really grateful for this.
Okay, good evening. My name is Allison Pagan. I am a nurse practitioner. I'm also the president of the Black Nurse Practitioners of Palm Beach County. As you met, Judy Ann and Avis were the founders and co-founders of this organization. I started with them on the advisory board. Once I understood the mission of this great organization, I knew I had to be a part of it. And having been a part of it, I've now been voluntold to become the president, but it is greatly an honor for me because I do believe in this organization. I do believe in our purpose. I do believe in the continued struggles, and not only for nurse practitioners to be able to deliver care, but to be able to deliver care to populations, communities that are not being served. and do not look at the faces of their providers and see the similarities and be able to share in the cultures. So we are here to continue that legacy. We're here to bring it out more, to bring it forth. We have a lot of plans for 2024, doing more in our community and just being that staple for all of us, for all the communities. And I thank you so much to the council, for the mayor, for this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. The city is honored to support our nurse practitioners, the community, and continue to support and advocate. So as a recognition from Councilwoman Pro Tem Lanier, our honorable mayor, and the entire board, we thank you for your service, and we thank you for continuing to support with the city of Riviera Beach. So thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, 6B is a proclamation honoring the 90th anniversary of Palm Beach State College by Dr. Julia Botel, Councilwoman, District 4.
Thank you. So I'm going to read the proclamation from the Office of the Mayor, City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, honoring the 90th anniversary of Palm Beach State College. Whereas Palm Beach State College was founded in 1933 as Florida's first public two-year college and has continuously served the educational needs of Palm Beach County residents for 90 years. First as a junior college, then as a community college, and today as a state college. Ooh, he's scary. It's Halloween, not even Halloween anymore. Sorry. Whereas Palm Beach State College, since opening its doors on November 14th, 1933, as Palm Beach Junior College, has grown from 41 local students in 3 classrooms to 40,000 students from 151 countries and territories, studying on 5 campuses located in Boca Raton, Belle Glade, Lake Worth, Loxahatchee Groves, and Palm Beach Gardens, and online. And whereas Palm Beach State College, established during the Great Depression when there was no Institute of Higher Learning in Palm Beach County, is now an economic engine pumping $1.1 billion into the county's economy each year. And whereas Palm Beach Junior College merged with Roosevelt Junior College in 1965, which was established in 1958 to serve African American students. And whereas Palm Beach State College has been integral to the remarkable growth and prosperity of Palm Beach County, our graduates, community, and business leaders for generations have impacted every industry and continue to do so today. And whereas Palm Beach State College, one of the top producers of associate degree graduates in the United States, also offers baccalaureate degrees, professional certificates, career training, and corporate and continuing education. And whereas with more than 130 programs of study, Palm Beach State College is the county's leading educator of skilled professionals. Career programs span fields such as healthcare, computer science, business, biotechnology, creative arts, childcare, human services, teacher education, environmental science, landscape management, and a wide variety of skilled trades, engineering, electrical, power, and public safety. And whereas Palm Beach State College's mission of providing accessible, student-centered teaching and learning experiences in academic, technical, and lifelong learning to transform lives and strengthen our community is crucial to the vitality of the city of Riviera Beach. And whereas the city of Riviera Beach, Florida, commemorates the 90th anniversary of Palm Beach State College with appreciation for its vital role as a provider of excellence in education and career training, and as a driver of economic mobility in partnership with our community, Palm Beach County, and the state of Florida. Now, therefore, be it finally resolved that Ronnie L. Felder, mayor of the city of Riviera Beach and Palm Beach County, by the power vested in him by the residents of Riviera Beach, does hereby honor the 90th anniversary of Palm Beach State College, in witness whereof he has hereunto set his hand and caused the official seal of the city of Riviera Beach to be affixed on this first day of November, 2023 AD. And I would ask the representatives, I know there are at least a couple of them here, including this character, to come up to the podium so I can give them this presentation. I want to say also, we've had a partnership with Palm Beach State College. I can see one of my former colleagues here who helped us put that great project together. We graduated over 40 students with college credit certificates because we gave a classroom right here, thank you, Mr. Evans, right here in our Public Works building, and we were able to have graduate students in business and logistics and transportation. So we hope to continue, we are continuing that partnership. So thank you again for your, do you want to introduce the folks over here?
Yeah, this is our provost, Stephen Joyner, and he's going to introduce our group. We've got.
You got to talk into the mic.
Oh, okay. I'd like to introduce our provost, Dr. Stephen Joyner. We have Ken Badaracco, Palmer the Panther. Jairus McClendon is our dean. And I think that's it. Now we're going to probably say a few words.
A few words. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the audience. I'm Stephen Joyner. I'm the provost of the Palm Beach Gardens campus at Palm Beach State College, and we are honored to receive this proclamation from the city of Riviera Beach. As we reflect over the last 90 years of training and educating students, we are proud of our history and to have actively partnered over the years with local schools, organizations, and businesses located in Riviera Beach. As we celebrate our 90th anniversary, reflect on how Palm Beach State College has grown, evolved, and expanded over the last 90 years. Today, we have 5 campuses, serve over 40,000 students, as you heard earlier, and we have awarded over 175,000 degrees and certificates. And we're super proud of many of those degrees and certificate recipients are actively serving and working in a variety of industries within Palm Beach County. And I bet that we have some alumni from Palm Beach State College in here in the room. Anybody? Awesome. That's great. So thank you for that. We have many points of pride. And let me just take a moment to say thank you to Councilwoman Julia Patel for being such a valued partner. Dr. Patel is passionate about education and was instrumental in partnering with PBSC to offer college credit certificates in business specialist, logistics, transportation, to city employees and residents of Riviera Beach. It was a very successful program and is a model for other local municipalities. So thank you. And thank you to the council members for your support of that program as well. And finally, knowledge is power. Palm Beach State takes pride in bestowing the same. Thank you, Mayor, council members, for issuing this proclamation to Palm Beach State College. We will display it proudly.
And thank you to all the representatives of Palm Beach State College. You guys have been an amazing partner. Thank you. Madam Clerk, 6D.
Yes, Mr. Chair, 6D. We do have a public comment card on 6D. The acceptance of public comment cards for item 6D is now closed. It's a recommendation for long-term solutions for Fire Station 89 and immediate needs for Fire Station 86.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Evans, go ahead.
As much as I know staff is eager to present this item, the Housing Authority item is actually first. We are following them. So the next presentation will be this item.
I thought we made it 6E, Mr. Evans. I think
C.
Oh, we replaced it with C? Or I thought it was
Well-
6E. I think we put it at the end of the presentations.
Yeah.
No?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Evans, go ahead.
This presentation when we've had conversations with board members on this presentation, it's taken about an hour. And this is the first time that you all get to discuss this particular item collectively. And so it probably would be quicker to hear the item with regards to the housing authority than this particular item, because this is multifaceted and it talks about level of services and some other things that I think.
Okay. Board, are we okay with hearing the housing authority first?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
6E, discussion of Riviera Beach Housing Authority.
Good evening, Mayor, council persons, and the city administration. And good evening to all of you and those of you here to support us. Give yourselves a hand for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you. I want to start by saying that Housing Authority is here to.
Excuse me, sir. Wait, I'm sorry. Sir, if you can go see. Yeah, just take it over here to the clerk and she'll disseminate it to the board. Thank you so much, brother. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my name is Jeffrey Jackson. I have the pleasure of being the chair of the Riviera Beach Housing Authority. We are an award-winning housing authority. In 2021, we got Best Housing Authority Award. I think that's saying a lot for our housing authority. I'm blessed to work with some very talented people. And for this project, for the sake of brevity, I'll skip through some of the things we had wrote down. I'm hearing that you guys got a lot to do tonight. I want to bring up our award-winning team so that you guys can see that we have capacity to move the city forward and keep in line with our vision to create more affordable housing for the citizens of Riviera Beach. With me, I have my executive director, John Hurt. Come up, Mr. Hurt. We have Oliver Gross. He can't be present. I think he had a family emergency. Unfortunately, it's a very serious emergency. Oliver Gross is president of New Urban Development, Urban League in West Palm Beach. They are in Miami. They are a development arm. Hope Calhoun, she's our legal advisor. Dwight Stevens from D. Stevens Construction, and Larry Jones. I'd like each one of them to come up. Larry Jones is from Larry Jones Realty. And Alfred Fields is from the Alpha. He's president of the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. And I'd have the entire team come up and say something brief about themselves. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dwight Stevenson, CEO of D. Stevenson Construction. We're excited to be a part of the team. We're teamed up with Total Solution Construction, Ryan, and we're working together on about 4 other projects. We've been in business for like 30 years. We employ approximately 50 people down here in South Florida, and we're excited to be a part of the team.
Good evening. My name is Larry Jones, President, CEO of Superstar Realty and Appraisals. We've been in business in Palm Beach County now since 2007. We work in residential, commercial, real estate sales, acquisitions, leasing, property management, public adjusting, and insurance. It's a pleasure and a privilege to partner up with the Riviera Beach Housing Authority and some of these other esteemed guests here behind me. We look forward to serving the local community with affordable housing. Thank you.
Good evening, and to all of the esteemed council members and our mayor and staff. I'm Alfred Fields, president of the Alpha Educational Foundation arm of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Delta Delta Lambda chapter here in Riviera Beach. We've been in business in this great county of ours for 75 plus years, working hard to uplift the lives of many around us. And I just want to take a moment to, because we were supposed to give a little bio, but my bio says, born in a small town called Belle Glade, to parents that were migrant workers, worked in the farms, to grandparents that did the same. But they actually migrated from Riviera Beach and West Palm Beach. So our family roots are almost as old as the city itself, right here in this city. My 2 sons started school at R.J. Henley. They graduated from this very city, Suncoast High School. Been a member of a church in this city for over 25 plus years. Paid my taxes in this city. And then on top of that, I give my time, my energy to give back to the citizens of this city. And that's why I stand before you today. As a member representing the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, I'm gonna ask those brothers who are doing the same thing that I've been doing in this city and standing out in this county, if you would stand with me this morning. These are professional brothers. I didn't talk about our educational background. These are professional Black men. Thank you, brother. And then I didn't come here alone, and I want to recognize those who came with us. We have, and I know you all may know them as tenants over at the Judge Rogers Center, but we call them partners. And I want them to stand. Acts of Kindness, Nelson's Ministry, Florida Fishing Academy, Suits for Seniors, Sincere 2000. These are our partners who we've been working with for the past half decade at the Rogers Center. And we don't take our work lightly, and we don't get paid. So we come here because we want to continue to help this city move forward. We come here because we want to be a part of this beautiful city that sits on the eastern seaboard of Florida. We also came with other friends and family members. If you would stand. So instead of talking about my educational background and what I give up to volunteer, because that's not important. What's important is the least, the lost, and the left behind. As my good friend, Mr. Calloway, has taught me since I was yay high when he came to visit my grandmother in Belglade while she was delivering food to seniors, Meals on Wheels out in Belglade. She has a center for Head Start program named after her in South Bay, Hattie Fields. So see, volunteer work is not new for me. I started at 6 years old, riding with her. And so everywhere I've planted my feet, I gave back to the community. And I didn't stop when I got here. That's why I stand before you. And that's why I'm passionate about the work we do. And so we've come before you with the Housing Authority and hope that we will move forward in producing a place where we can continue to do the work that we've been doing for the last half decade in the name of Judge Rogers, Edward Rogers, who served on this very same council, who worked tirelessly for the city of Riviera Beach as well. And so we want to continue his legacy and the work that we do. So thank you for hearing me. We look forward to your support. We continue to support you as you continue to volunteer and do what you do. We thank you and we appreciate you.
Good evening, council members, Chair, Pro Tem, members of the council, city manager. Before we made this presentation, we just wanted to give you an idea of the partnerships that we've been trying to build in this effort of moving forward to take some city-owned parcels and bring some affordable housing, real affordable housing, to the residents of the city of Riviera Beach. In addition to the team members you've met, I'd also like to introduce Mr. Eugene Fagan. He's our architect. As we said earlier, Mr. Gross of the New Urban Development could not be here, but I would want to give a little intro about him. We partner with New Urban Development because they are a socially conscious developer. We've had the pleasure of developing here in the States with a profit-oriented developer partner, and we've had that experience. And for this type of initiative, we felt that it'd be much more to the benefit of us all, particularly this city and the residents, if we partner with a socially conscious developer. And that's what New Urban Development brings as an extension of the Miami-Dade Urban League. They have experience in building affordable housing through Southeast Florida, Miami-Dade County, Broward County, and they've always wanted to partner with us, going back to 10 years ago when we were first introduced to them. So I think at this point in time, we can demonstrate that we've done the work to build a team to move forward with a project of this nature. Given that, hopefully we provided you with a presentation, the long version, but we would hope to present to you a shorter version of our presentation this evening. I'd like to call up our affordable housing consultant, Terry Booty, to assist in this presentation. And we have all of these members, and if you have any questions, we're here to address them and any concerns that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman McCoy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hurt. I really greatly appreciate that. But Mr. Booty, I've had a phone conversation with you. You're very long-winded. So I'm gonna go ahead and be right up front and frank with you. We have to move this along. So I would have hoped, if you haven't already, met with every other board member, but just for the purposes, like, you guys are gonna be going home. We're gonna be here at 12:30 a.m. So please help us out, all right?
Yeah, we would hope to make this brief. We understand your concerns, Councilman McCoy.
Thank you.
We provided you with this presentation. I personally have tried to communicate and interact with all the members on the dais. So I would hope that at this point you have some familiarity with what we're about to present. But for not only you, but for the greater public to understand the efforts that we make, we gladly make this short presentation, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Mr. Booty?
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me? My name is Terry Christopher Booty. I just want to put things into context. I started my business here, man. This is one of the best cities on earth, right with opportunity. I'm just privileged to stand here before you. I don't know how or who controls the toggling of thank you. But in the spirit of being brief, I will cut to the most important aspect. So, as you guys know, currently the graduate chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha, what we affectionately call the Judge Rogers Center, is housed on 11th and 13th Street. Most people know that this land was dedicated to the city of Riviera Beach in 1989 with the idea of civic and public use. One of the most important and critical elements to affordable housing is land basis. And so given the current crisis, as we all attended this morning, housing, one of the most critical pieces to affordable housing is finding ways to improve the margin, finding ways to create opportunity with surplus land. In this instance, the Riviera Beach Housing Authority has issued a formal request to City Manager Evans for the utilization of surplus parcels. Currently, the Boys and Girls Club is housed there on the site, and it leaves about another 4.5 acres. The program that the Housing Authority has identified that will best serve the community is a workforce housing demographic. This will serve tenants that are 60 to 120% of AMI. And in addition to that, there is a definitive plan to build a best-in-class, world-class community center. This project represents all that is good with the city of Riviera Beach. It's county-sponsored land owned by the city with the housing authority, with a community leader, and in proximity to an already thriving Boys and Girls Club. So it just finishes the corner or finishes out the program. Eugene Fagan designed a program that allows the use of on-site parking without a parking garage, street parking, retail, and then peppering it with a beautiful landscape so it does not feel like an affordable housing or what we effectively know as the projects. It is meant to be something that will serve folks living, working hard to be a part of the American dream. So I'm just gonna flip through a couple more renderings. So one of the courtyards here, and then obviously summertime, swimming, enjoyment, family fun, friends, etc. The notion behind the ask is really simple. It's to allow the team to take the land through the entitlement process, through the county, and come back before the council for a site plan approval, which will be led by Hope Calhoun, and then ultimately use all the traditional methods of financing through affordable housing, Florida Finance, Wells Fargo, Citibank, and Florida Community Loan Fund. So nothing that you guys haven't heard before, but just the tenacity, the get-to-itness, the aggressiveness to get it done is ultimately the new and fresh idea here. So here's the development timeline. I know one of the feedbacks that we always hear from the dais is, hey, if we're gonna do something, we don't want it to sit around forever. We don't want you guys just holding up time. So we put together a realistic and succinct development timeline with the idea that there will be new residents moving in September of 2026. In addition to that, we also know and have heard critical feedback not only from the dais, but from all of the citizens that home ownership is priority number one. How do you design and build a home in its current market today that exceeds the cost of what most common folks can actually afford? It takes, again, land at a zero basis. So we have identified 12 sites throughout the city. A very simple process of identifying these parcels as surplus, conveying them to the housing authority with a development agreement, and then having a single point of accountability, working through a natural progressive for-sale timeline. And again, I want to be brief, Commissioner McCoy. Again, the idea is not to land bank, not to stall, but to attack this process extremely aggressively. One of the things that I'm most proud of is Mr. Hurt has identified capital for pre-development, which is one of the most challenging things you can do from Florida Community Loan Fund. Has identified about $1.5 million line of credit. And the idea is that new residents, new buyers will be in their homes in July of 2025. With that, I will turn it back over to the dais. And I just want to say, guys, thank you for this time and opportunity. This has been wonderful, and we look forward to getting to work.
Thank you, Mr. Booty.
If I may add a couple
ahead,
of
Mr. Hurt.
things. Number one, as you can see, part of this request is two parts. As Terry indicated, 12 sites to build home ownership and to make it affordable. And as he said, we've already approached a funding source for that to be able to build at least 3 or 4 homes at a time. And it's a revolving fund. So once we provide the housing and close for one residence, all proceeds to go back into that we receive go back into that revolving fund, and we can continue the process. It's my hope that once we go through the first round, that I can go back to this funding source and increase that $1 million to $2 or $3 million, that we can accelerate the program. Secondly, in regards to the Judge Rogers site, we're looking, we already identified a socially conscious developer, and we're looking at funding and financing to make this really affordable. If you look at the market rents in the city of Riviera Beach and Palm Beach County, you can see that a 3-bedroom goes for $1,900 a month on the fair market. Right now, the Riviera Beach is renting 3-bedroom, 2-bath units for $1,500 a month. So it's our goal to continue to even be below market in both our rentals as well as to make it affordable for home ownership. So we can only do that by, as Mr. Terry says, getting parcels at low or no cost. That's the greatest part, site control and being able to build a performer that we can make the end product affordable. I finally want to say something about timeliness. Last year, we had opportunity to get a lot of funding from the county. And because we didn't have site control of many parcels, we missed out over $1 million worth of funding. We were successful in getting up to $500,000 from the county to build 4 units that we're in the process now. But, once again, the further we put this off, the greater the opportunity to miss available funding, both from the county and the state and the federal government. The time is now, for us to move forward with these kinds of projects. We've gotten support from the county over the years. The county has supported this housing authority with over $1 million to build housing, and we've acquired 8 units, behind that kind of funding. We have a good rapport with the county. We have a good rapport with state officials and federal officials, and we're looking forward to get that kind of support here at the city of Riviera Beach. So having said that, we certainly hope that this conversation, this discussion, will motivate you to partner with us and move forward with these initiatives on a timely basis. If there's any questions from the dais, we are here as a team to be able to address any of your questions or your concerns. Thank you.
I want to conclude by reminding you guys, I remember when then Mayor Masters asked me to get on the Housing Authority Board. At that time, I was serving with, and I see her in the audience, Lynn Hubbard. We had a timeline. At that time, Riviera Beach had not had a housing development for 35 or 40 years. I think Mr. Callaway can attest to that. He gave me a timetable of moving it forward in 4 years. Heron Estates is a $46 million project, $46 million project. We got it done in 2 years. We have capacity to do it. We can move it forward faster than anybody else. And I will add that, and this is not picking a fight or pointing out anyone or anything, but the CDC, and I sat on that board, they had an opportunity to come and present and do a presentation, and no one said anything about, let's have a discussion, let's make it a discussion, let's bring in the housing authority. That didn't happen, and it shouldn't happen now. And it's a shame that it is happening. It's wrong, and we should move forward with supporting the housing authority. I understand, Mr. Hurt. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. We would like your support.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Chair.
Mayor, go
Mayor,
ahead.
any questions?
Mayor, go ahead.
Jeff, you're not on the CDC board anymore, are you?
Yes, I am, but it seems as though I'm not getting emails or invitations anymore.
I don't want to make a personal.
But yes, I am.
Okay. My question, I mean, you have to pick one or the other, because I think the CDC, I'm just making a statement. The CDC is asking for properties in the housing authority. Now, I'm coming in support of the housing authority. I sat on a call with Jonathan Brown, with Mr. Hurt, and we lost $500,000 to $1 million because they're willing to put that money into infill lots. My question is, since 2019 board, this discussion came up. I think Mr. Evans mentioned that we had all these infill lots that we needed to build affordable housing. It's now 2023, and we're still having this discussion. My question is, I believe we have more benefit with the housing authority. We go to these conferences where we see the housing authority, the CRA, the city working together. This city has not adopted that scenario yet, and we steady sending people to these first home buyers clubs. You know, they're graduating the home buyers clubs, but we have no inventory to put them in. I'm in full support of the housing authority, taking out infill lots. Let's build houses. Let's not make it so political. They can do the work. They showed us they could do the work. People right now, the only thing I'm asking is, if we allow them to have it, could we use our people, Riviera Beach, that went through these first-time home buyers clubs, that we have a list, and we start making sure that they get these houses? Or it's going to be 2025, 2026, and we're going to be going down the same road. So I do support them. I've been in many meetings with the county. The county is willing and ready to work with our housing authority, and I believe they get the most bang for the buck through the county and the state. And so I'm in 100% approval of working with the housing authority, Mr. Hurt and his team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a public comment. Councilman McCoy, can we hear the public comment, or you want to go ahead?
No. Hold on one second. No. Are we having public comments? Because I specifically preferenced this, that if we're going to hear a presentation that we're not taking deliberative action, there's nothing statutorily that requires it. You know, this was not already contemplated to be on the agenda, but I want to ask some questions to clarify the presentation. So is it the board's
I think we
desire?
said that based upon discussion and deliberation, we were going to put no public comments there. I think your request was that you didn't want to have a whole lot of individuals speaking on public comment, but we didn't restrict public comment as a board when we put it here as this item under awards and presentations. I believe we do have one public comment, so I don't believe that will prolong the discussion with the one card we have in.
So I'm going to disagree with you, Mr. Chair. Here it is that I've asked, and I was on one of the three that actually asked for this presentation. There are things that I want to get clarified. So you're going to stop the presentation, allow the mayor to give a question and a comment, but I'm going to wait until after. The presentation has already been removed from the screen. So like,
it was nothing to disagree on. This is actually typical practice where we do a presentation, we then go into public comment, and then we go to questions from the board. The mayor did jump in with a concern, but Councilman McCoy, I have no problem with you posing your question. This does not have to be a contentious discussion. So please pose your question. We will then have our public comment and go back into the discussion with the rest of the board.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Mr. Booty or Mr. Hurt, in fact, I would probably take both of you guys. So what I'm looking at today on your slide seems to be different than what we gotten in August, because I'm looking at parcels that you have on the scattered sites for sale housing, and that doesn't match up with the same list that we gotten in August. Did you guys change that?
No. There's no change. There's been no change in the identification of the parcels that are identified in that transmittal letter to the city that we're identifying in our presentation. There is a graphic, a Google Maps graphic, but that is just to show that it is scattered sites. The PCN numbers or the APN numbers that you find in that list has not changed since our initial surplus or initial ask to City Manager Evans.
Okay, well, I was looking at a email, but going back from probably earlier this summer, and I believe I got it from perhaps Mr. Hurt. But you know, one of the things I want to point out, how did you guys come up with these selections of these particular parcels? Did you just go to the property appraiser's website and say, "Oh, that's owned by Riviera Beach. Let's offer, to see if they would contribute or donate that surplus property"?
No, we got that list from the city as a listing of available properties owned by the city that are surplus parcels.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, and I guess I'll follow up with staff regarding that, because I'm looking at something that is on your sheet that doesn't exactly match up with this. So I didn't see anything on here on West 30th Street. Now, to that point, I want to piggyback on what the mayor said. I would agree. In fact, I know certainly it's been 2 years since this body donated a single family home, 1052 West 30th Street, to the CDC, and I've not seen or heard anything since then. And I know we took board action on that, And I tend to agree. And the interesting thing about that parcel was it's actually probably at least 60% built with an actual, brick and mortar and a roof, which probably the roof needs to be replaced. But certainly I would love to give the housing authority the opportunity. But my only concern is that before we commit to these, there's due diligence done both on the housing authority side as well as more specifically on the city side, because we've gotten situations where we didn't have proper as-built, and we recognize infrastructure was underneath certain parcels and lots that you cannot build on whatsoever. So while I think you may have gotten a list, I can't guarantee you that that's a property that's actually developable. So, I would condition, my support that it's something that actually works. But that's a process that has to be played out later.
Yes, Councilman, our pre-development process, we would have to ensure the buildability of the lots. So we have to do environmentals, engineering, studies, et cetera. So we would move forward on a lot that was not buildable.
Thank you. And last thing, you gave us a very conceptual plan, Mr. Booty. Obviously, there's going to have to be more discussions, conceptual plan regarding the multifamily. I certainly want to know something about the density in the units and the makeup of that. So I would hope that comes at some other point because it's not contained here.
Yeah, we're prepared to do that. That to the pleasure of this board, we tried to shorten this presentation, but we've done our due diligence and we're prepared to give you data and information like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Ms. Margaret Shepherd.
Sorry, what this is.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. I want to thank you all for having this discussion, Protein Chair. I'm indeed happy that we're talking about the Judge Rogers site. My uncle, who was Chief Skycap for Eastern Airlines, was the godson of Judge Rogers. Being in Riviera Beach Housing Authority, I came home ill and I had to move in Ivy Green, which was deemed the worst housing authority since Sanford, Florida. We continue to have these discussions, and I think Judge Rogers would be eternally happy if the city worked together with the housing authority. Mr. Hurt is one of the most amazing Black men I've ever met in my life that knows how to get the job done. Then you have Jeffrey, kind of pushy, but knows his job. Oh yeah, he kind of put your, he's a sheriff, he put your hand behind your back and hold you hostage. But there are amazing group. I sit with the housing authority. Mr. Mayor, I did call you a couple times and told you I was the one that had Ivy Green torn down. Not only did I call Washington, D.C. and they came down, not only did I write the housing authority, and when they came, they said, Ms. Shepherd, we're here. We're about to take this particular housing authority down. So it's me, very stressful, but yet still I got the job done. And I am eternally grateful that I could step aside because I do live in one of the housing authority houses. I think they have 4 houses. They have a quadruple duplex. They have one over Thousand Oaks. They're about to build another one. So now we're coming to the end of the road that the senior citizens of Riviera Beach don't really have any money to buy a house. So this would be endearing that the Riviera Beach Housing Authority, the Alphas, and then you do not want to throw Bishop Teresa Nelson on the bus. That's a God-praying woman. I'm scared of her. She's sitting in the back of me. I don't like her sitting in the back of me because that girl put a prayer on you. So we're here today, the Alphas. The Bible speak about Alphas. They're at the beginning. I wouldn't dare want to bother with them either because they do a lot for the community, whether I like it or not. They're here. They're over there. The place is clean. I mean, what more do you want to have them to come in and pat yourself in the back, say, I was a part of this development. They are here. I don't think they're going anywhere. They continuously build. I sit there and hear them talk about more properties. Maybe I'll be dead by the time they do all this. But but I am indeed grateful that I came home and I was put there for a reason. And I want to say to them, thank you. I think they spoiled me a little bit, but I'm grateful. I could stand a little bit more spoiling because they said the rent would be going up. But maybe they're so well, let it
Thank you
go.
for your comments, Ms. Shepherd.
Thank you.
And thank you. Comments from the board?
I just wanted to say that I was really intrigued, and as you remember, about 3-4 years ago, the Housing Authority came to the Riviera Beach, and I was like, So 4 years fast forward, they have new board members, they have partners, reputable partners, and we certainly need affordable and workforce housing in the city of Riviera Beach, and not because all of us are poor, but because people work every day and they need to be able to afford their rent. So I'm very excited about this project moving forward so that we can be able to bring more affordable and workforce housing for people who are living in this city.
Thank you, Pro Tem Lanier. I did have a few questions. Mr. Evans, the status of the deed restriction of the land at Judge Rogers, where are we with that?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please go ahead.
I recently spoke to the deputy city manager, and that particular restriction has not been lifted. However, there has been preliminary conversations that have occurred as a result of the work that staff has been doing concerning this. So it has not, it still is on the property.
Can you give us clarity on what steps we would need to take and what would be the process of having those deed restrictions lifted?
Mr. Chair, if I would allow for the deputy city manager to come up and address the board.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair and members of the council, the deed restriction is a reverter placed by the school board on the property at the time that the land was transferred to the city. I don't have a copy of the deed. I think I saw one in your package. Yeah. I've had some conversations with Ms. Garrison, who's over the land, whatever, her and Ms. Shaw, and that was before I got sick. So now
Mike down.
Push it down. The base. Push the base. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
At the time we had our discussion, they were contemplating something that they would like for us possibly to consider in return for release of the restriction. So now I just need to circle back with them to find out where we are. And the deed restriction at that time, it was done in 1989, that just requires to use the property for civic purpose or governmental purposes. So those were the discussions we were having. And I don't see it being problematic. It's just a matter of timing. Because we didn't really have a specific project on the table. The discussion was just started in anticipation of moving forward. Okay.
Okay, and I do see that we have our district representative, Attorney Edwin Ferguson, in the building as well. So hopefully we can get that pushed through, because regardless of which direction we go,
Yes.
the deed restriction has to be cleared.
Yeah, well, for ownership purposes, yes.
Okay, that was one of the questions that I
And I
have.
will-
The revolving fund, we did have a meeting this week with the BEO Black Electeds, and there was a discussion in reference to the revolving fund that the county recently passed from the bond, housing bond. I noticed that that was referenced in regards to funding for the first-time home buyers in the community. There was a slide, I can't find it, but a 5-year residency restriction requirement. I think the county requires a 15-year. Can you give clarity on the 5-year? Because I don't think that 5-year would give us enough stability unless it's sold to another qualifying buyer. So is it a 5-year that's being proposed, or?
Yeah, we proposed 5 years, but that's flexible. We're still in the planning stages of that. I'd just like to make another comment, Mr. Chair, regarding the legality of the Alpha site. That's one of the reasons that we engaged Hope Calhoun to help us and help the city to work through any issues that may relate to the transfer of that particular parcel. We work closely with the county. Fortunate enough to have monthly meetings with Jonathan Brown. He certainly supports us, so we are on top of all of the funding that the county is coming down the pike and that's available. As I said earlier, we've been successful most recently in getting a almost $500,000 matching fund from them. So we're very familiar with all of the processes at the county, and we feel very confident that we have are positioned very well to get any funding that may come up for our purposes.
Last question, partners at the Judge Rogers. There was, Brother Fields, you'd referenced the partners that are currently there. What is the impact of the partners? What's going to happen to them while this would be taking place, construction, and what's going to happen after the development would be completed?
Well, as it stands, we have just gotten a 6-month extension on the lease. In that extension, we were told that would be our final extension, which came as a surprise to us. So we thought that this project had not been moved forward that far along, that this would be our final. But all the tenants are aware of what's going on. Most of them are in attendance, if not all, tonight. I think I may not have seen Florida Fishing Academy here. So they are aware. We are making plans to be able to move off site while the work is being done, and we all do plan to return once it's completed. So we are going to be working diligently trying to establish a temporary location for us until the construction is completed. So we will, as soon as we have some clear direction of what's going on, then we will immediately start that process.
Great. I think that's the clarity. The affordability is the biggest concern in regards to the time frame. For me personally, 5 years was, I think, far too short. We're looking at 15 to 20 years so that we can remain affordable. The development of our community would allow for us to increase density on our Broadway corridors, our CRA district, but I don't want to displace a lot of our residents by not having affordable units throughout the city. So I want us to keep that in mind as we further go down the line with this conversation.
Yes, and that's one of the things we are definitely in favor of affordable housing. And I know that term workforce housing is thrown out there, and we talk about percentages, and that talks about averages throughout this entire county, and we know what that looks like here. And so we are strongly in favor of making sure that it's affordable for our residents.
Perfect.
Here.
And thank you to all the brothers of Alpha Alpha for coming and the work that you've done at the Judge Rogers facility. And hopefully we can continue to honor the honorable brother of Alpha Phi Alpha. And one of our actual state representatives is here as well, Javante Edmonds, vice chair of the BEO, who is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha as well. So I'm honored to have all of you men here in the building as well. And thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues? Additional comment, discussion? Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, the letter references this, and I recall, I'm sure the members recall, we implemented Resolution 7712 back in 2019 regarding organizations that requested the donation of surplus properties. That is here and now, and Mr. Hurt just indicated that he has done such to the city administration. I don't recall what is the next process going forward. So do you have a recollection of that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Steph, go ahead.
If this is something that the board wants to move forward with, it would require staff facilitating the appropriate agenda item to come before you for the purposes of effectuating what has been discussed today. So there would be some discussions and some conversations and some legal research that would have to occur to facilitate that, but then it would come back before you in some type of form to effectively accomplish what the board's desires are here. So what staff is needing from the board is clarity with respect to what the board would like to see. And that can be done by virtue of a consensus from the board, and then you can actually act when that item comes before you. But in order for us to facilitate the next step in the process, we need to know what direction the board would like for us to go, because then we would have to spin up a certain research and some legal review that would have to go in place to make this happen.
Thank you, Councilman Coy. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Additional comments from the board?
I think that we need to have a consensus that we have some conversation, the city have some conversation with the housing authority in terms of how this could work. We're not saying that we're going to do this. We're just saying that we need to have the city to work with them to see how this can work for this body to be able to make a decision with it.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'm in agreement.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. So is the direction from the board to continue to have discussion, dialogue with the housing authority, or to bring back this item? I would be in support of us coming back with a resolution in December to transfer some land to the housing authority. So I just want to give Mr. Evans clear direction. They've proposed multiple lots and the Judge Rogers facility. So I would actually prefer that we give a set timeline and direction to staff, because I'm not in the business of waiting anymore. We've been waiting for a while, as you referenced, the CDC lot that was given over to the CDC, and we still haven't built that land. So I'd actually prefer, board, if we give them clear direction to move forward with the housing authority and bringing back a resolution to transfer this land and a set date. If we can do the first meeting in December, I would be inclined to do that.
I agree.
Board members, Councilman McCoy.
Yes, I'm there too, Mr. Chair, but I just want to make sure that there's a lot that has to happen. And I really would like, right? Here's what I could appreciate, this timeline, because, no different than what the school district has. I'm sure we're going to have some provisions in there for reverter. With interest rates going up the way it is, if there's something that happens with finances, I love you like a brother, but it ain't personal. We're going to have those provisions in place that we reserve our options to move in other directions. So I think, at best we can offer an opportunity. However, I think, Mr. Chair, in light of the restrictions that's already on with the school district, and then also the requirements in our resolution, I would end the due diligence. I just really would like to get to this timeline of certainly saying by the end of December, because that's what's been proposed. But that's really a staff issue. I don't know how much time it's going to take in that regard.
And follow up to that, Councilman McCoy, the timeline for the deed restriction. That's been this topic of discussion. I personally met with all of the school district representatives about that deed restriction. They're waiting on us to finalize details. So again, I want staff to just be given a set timeline. The housing authority has given us a clear timeline, so I want to be able to follow them, and I don't want us to be the holdup. Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may, obviously something as complicated and as multifaceted this and the conversations that need to occur. This is a heavy lift. I think we can definitely look to accomplish this, but if you would allow for both staff and the housing authority to sit down and sketch out what a conceivable timeline would be, and we can do this in two phases. You have the larger parcel that is the Boys and Girls Club property, and then you have the single family lots. So the single family lots may be the quicker item that comes, and then the subsequent item to follow would be the Boys and Girls lot, for lack of a better term. So if you would allow for us to have an opportunity to convene with the housing authority, and then we can provide you with an update, and then we can then get it queued up for the appropriate city council meeting. But it all depends on when we can get together to facilitate the legal reviews, the due diligence on all those properties, and making sure that we can effectuate the transfer. So I don't want to give a date until I have the opportunity to have an opportunity to talk with staff as well as the housing authority.
And Mr. Evans, with all due respect, it is a heavy lift for the city, but I think if we just give the land to the housing authority and get out of the way, it won't be that heavy of a lift. We have been dragging our feet, and we, as this board, is on term limits, borrowed time. I have no more time to wait. So I understand that you want to just confer with staff, but I think this board needs to give you clear direction as to when this needs to come back to us so we can get this done immediately. And I would prefer that be the direction versus us waiting on you to bring it back to us. So in that intent, colleagues, Mr. Evans, if you can follow up with the school district, if you can set the meeting and the intent with the housing authority, and we can have this on the agenda by the beginning of the year, that would allow for us to be able to move forward with this timeline that's been presented, because this is the clearest timeline I've seen on some development of housing in this community in a long time.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
I think we can conceivably move forward with something that can be before you for consideration, if that's the board's desire, towards the first of the year. I don't think that's unreasonable for us to help facilitate that. So we can move in that particular space. But I do want to make sure that my predecessors have gone through this exercise, and there is properties that have in fact been provided for the purposes of affordable housing and never been facilitated. And that's not to do with the housing authority or it went out to the private market. But what I don't want to have happen is a situation where those very same lots sit in the state that they are. So we just want to make sure that we are very intentional with the steps and certainly working collaboratively with the housing authority to do so. But I think we can be able to accomplish that for consideration at your first meeting in January.
Board members, if we can give staff clear direction, where do we stand?
I agree with the fact that we do need to do our due diligence with this. I would like for it to be moved up sooner, but I understand that we are looking at Thanksgiving, Christmas. We're looking at a lot of holidays. But I also want to make sure that if we're saying January, that it needs to be on the first meeting in January, because at that time, that means that the housing authority, the city, the school board would have had their meetings and would bring back to the board something that we can work with.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Councilwoman Botel, Councilwoman Millington, any comments?
I'm fine with allowing staff the time to do what they need to do, to meet with the housing authority, to meet with the school board, and be sure that we've done everything in a proper manner. So
Thank you, Dr. Botel.
There may be.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Ms. McBride, Mr. Evans, in exchange, we can offer up those 2 bus loops that we've been carrying at Washington Elementary that has served the city no purpose ever in exchange for this lot over on West 11th Street. Additionally, I would agree with the timeline. However, there has to be something definitive, because what I'm going to introduce to the board is we've literally asked for items a year ago and they've not been provided, and it's a whole entire year. So I want to know if that's going to be on the agenda tentatively in January. Can we have a report back, even if it's by email, in December as to what the status is? Because I don't want this to get lost in transition and January comes and then now we're back here because a mishap occurred. I mean, none of us, unless you were privy to a conversation, knew that the termination of the city hall negotiations, I mean, that was not brought to the board. So I want to be very specific that there has to be some communications specifically in the month of December, giving us an update of progress on where we are, because I would expect that we can move to some execution, considering we got 2 months of at least, 2 working weeks of holidays. So I think just having some sort of report back by email to the members in the month of December would be excellent.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Millington?
Thank you. I'm okay with the January date for a couple of reasons, because one, I need an opportunity. The reason I did not want to hear the presentation tonight was because I was not aware of us having this conversation tonight. The email, I guess, came the Monday night. I did not have an opportunity to just check that email and read it and digest it, as well as the documents we just received at the beginning of the meeting. So in line with Mr. McCoy is asking for those updates prior to us getting to the January date would be good for me as well. And this I'll be able to put everything together and see where we're going from there.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, are we clear with the direction, or do we need a motion? Are we good there?
Mr. Chair, I think I'm clear with the direction as provided by the board. Is the board's desire to facilitate the transfer of the 14 lots as articulated by the proposals provided by the Housing Authority, as well as the property that is referred to as the remaining 4.5 acres at the Boys and Girls Club, and then obviously working with the school district to consider changing the deed restriction that's on the property with the intent to bring that to the board at the latest, your first meeting in January to facilitate said transfer, but to provide for an update at either your November 29th or your December 6th meeting.
Thank you so much, Mr. Evans. And for the Housing Authority, thank you for your presentation, your
Thank
willingness
you,
to continue to serve.
Mr. Chair and members. I
Mr.
just
Hurd,
wanted-
give me 1 minute.
I just want to say the
Mr.
Housing
Hurd,
Authority and our
hold on.
partners
I mean,
are
1 second.
ready to move ahead.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Hurd. 1 second. I was just going to ask a few things for you in the interim while we're preparing for this discussion. If we can look at the residency, the affordability timeline, so that we can lengthen that to continue to keep these lots affordable for our community. I don't want to see in 3 to 5 years these properties being flipped for 10 times the amount because the values have gone through the roof. So I want us to identify that, and also making sure that we're being good stewards and partners to the nonprofits at the Judge Rogers facility, because they've been staples in our community. So what is going to be the plan and the intent if this property is conveyed over to the Housing Authority? But go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Hurd,
Mr.
you were
Chair.
saying.
And I
who's
want
it? Mayor, go ahead.
I want to ask something too. And the reason I asked Jeff this is, I don't know if it's a contradiction with you being on the CDC board and how, you don't have to answer it, but I would like to have that further conversation that if we're doing business and the person is on both, either they have to leave a board or they can't do a vote, because I think it's kind of fishy. If somebody's on the CDC and the Housing Authority and both are asking us for properties to build on, I think that's something that we need to look at. Thank you.
That's fair, Mayor. But I will tell you, I never go back to one board
Right.
and discuss what happened in the other meeting. And as you know, when I got on the board, we created an agreement between the CDC and the Housing Authority. It's just, and I've talked with many of the commissioners, we've just never was able to come together and do anything.
I just think it's cleaner to do it one or the other.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And Mr. Hurd, I'm sorry, you can finish what you were saying?
I was just saying thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council, and just wanted to let you know that the Housing Authority and our partners were ready to move ahead expeditiously. So any delay won't be on our part, as I see it at this time. And as I said earlier, as far as the legality of the Boys and Girls Club site, that's why we brought Hope Calhoun on board to help us ferry through any issues that might present.
If you can continue to facilitate the one-on-one meetings between now and when this is discussed with the board, so they can be prepared, so that when this resolution comes back, we can make a conscious decision.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional comments from the board? Public comments. Public comments shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of the city council, which in the event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall immediately follow. Madam Clerk, how many public comments do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have 4 public comment cards I'm sorry.
Thank you. Please be reminded that the city of Riviera Beach is committed to civility and decorum by its officials, employees, and members of the public. All public comments will be governed. Please govern yourselves accordingly.
Mr. Chair, could you hold it up today?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait one
Today,
moment. Okay. Want to do a recess?
Yeah, 5-minute recess.
Recess. Madam Clerk, we're going to take, before we go into public comments, we're going to take a 5-minute recess and come back in 5 minutes to begin public comments. We'd like to call the meeting back to order. The time is 7:50 p.m. We're going to go straight into our public comments. And if everyone could please have a seat, we're starting our meeting. Madam Clerk?
School Board Member Edwin Ferguson.
Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Ferguson.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Pro Tem, Dr. Botel, and the other council people in their respective places. I just wanted to invite the city out to a town hall that we're hosting at Bethune Elementary tomorrow at 6 p.m. It's the early education roundup. It's going to be a lot of good information for persons who have newborn children all the way up to kindergarten. Now, I think most of you all know that early education is a big platform issue for me. I know that children who start behind tend to stay behind. Historically, we have a large number, probably a disproportionate number of children in Riviera Beach that I would say start behind, and they tend to stay behind, whether it be third grade reading proficiencies, graduation rates, what have you. And I think it's time for us to be more proactive in terms of making sure that a greater number of our citizens are aware of the resources that are around them that can help ensure their children are ready to excel from day one, because those children who start kindergarten ahead, as a general rule, stay ahead. They perform well, which results in graduations and probably scholarship opportunities or whatever direction they want to go into. So again, we're hosting a town hall tomorrow at Bethune Elementary, starting at 6 p.m. I believe you all have been invited. I thought I saw that. And if your schedule permits, please come on out. And anybody who's seeing this tonight here in the city, you're invited as well. And again, our target audience are parents of children ages newborn all the way through 5. So we're going to have the Early Learning Coalition, ELC, Children's Services Council will be there, Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies, Home Safe, and then the district's early education department is going to put a presentation together as well. And we'll also have a rep from the BBIC, the Black Business Investment Corporation, because I also believe that, again, when we're talking about wraparound services, those families who are entrepreneurial families, if they have access to capital, that's probably going to help make sure that the child's surroundings are more stable, which will likely lead to better performances in school and then after graduation. So that's what I have to say, and I hope to see you all there tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, what school is that? What school?
We'll be at Bethune Elementary,
Oh, okay.
Principal Granger School. Yes.
And thank you to our school district representative, Attorney Edwin Ferguson. Thank you for coming tonight. Madam Clerk?
Dr. Philip Dukes and Dr. Joseph Taylor.
Welcome, Dr. Dukes.
Admin, bro. Dr. Philip Dukes, 181 West 18th Street, City Council, Mayor, everyone in respective places. On November 18th at Cunningham Park from 11 to 2 p.m., we're going to have our community and youth event. This event is designed to help change our community atmosphere and impact Black community culture. One of the things that we've got to do is continue to push our youth out of these negative lifestyles in our communities. We're going to be giving away a $300 shopping spree to the kid who write the best poem about why they shouldn't use or sell drugs. We're going to give away a $700, this recording session is worth $700 to the kid who come out in the singing contest. It's got to be a cappella. Now you got to come out and do your a cappella thing. We're going to and we're going to put kids in there. That's going to be worth about $700, and it's a professional recording at Palm Beach Sound Studio. We're going to also have a dance contest. And the dance contest now is going to be you got to dance. No sexually explicit lewd dancing. Y'all know some of that stuff we see at the Martin Luther King parade is unacceptable. And it's time for us to start saying that. We can't have high standards and promote these low attitudes. All right, that's not negative, but our children will rise to the level of what you put in front of them. But these things must happen inside our community. So, and the rap can't be anything about gun or violence. It has to be positive. And that we can win that recording session. That's going to be at Cunningham Park, 1649 West 23rd Street in the city of Riviera Beach. And if anyone wants to donate, you can send a check or money order to Operation Restore, P.O. Box 10111, Riviera Beach, Florida, 33419. We are a 501c nonprofit in the city. Now, we're going to continue to talk about Black history because there's a lot of things that we need to learn about Black history. And I'm going to do some of these philosophers like Samuel Baker, Friedrich Hegel,
Richard Burton that set the attitude in America in this negative context about Black history. So we're going to continue doing that. But on November 18th, we're asking everyone to come out and participate. Now, that's a lot. Some people say that's a lot of money to be given away. No, it's not. We're not giving money away. We're going to send them on a shopping spree so they can get what they want. So y'all support us November 18th at Cunningham Park from 11 to 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dukes.
Dr. Joseph Taylor, and then Ms. Tiffany Williams.
Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, Mayor, Vice Chair, board members, City Manager. My name is Dr. Joseph Taylor. I am a chiropractic physician. This is my beautiful wife and partner, business partner, Dr. Karina Taylor, and we are the owners of Renewed Wellness. We are a wellness and chiropractic center. We've been operating in West Palm Beach since 2016, helping our community get healthier through the education of spinal health and chiropractic. That's something that is not very oftenly used, especially in our community. So we're looking to change that. We have recently opened our second location just up the street here at 330 Federal Highway. Now, technically, our address says Lake Park, but we know that we are the stepchild of Riviera Beach. So we hope that y'all welcome us with open arms. We are definitely excited about joining all of the amazing things that are happening on this side of town and really being able to impact our community. So we are having a ribbon cutting next Thursday, November 9th at 12 p.m. And we do want to welcome everyone in attendance here, especially our board and mayor, to come out and join us as we celebrate just really doing things that's going to impact our community. So I usually do all the talking, so I'm going to try and leave a minute and a half for my wife to y'all to get a chance to hear her speak as well.
Yes, so part of our mission in impacting our community starts with our youth. We have two beautiful children, and we believe that is the core and foundation of changing the community, is starting with the children and having them healthy from the inside out. And that is part of our mission as far as getting right and getting renewed. So our mission will also be serving the community with the children as focal point.
And what is that date?
Yes, the date is next Thursday, November 9th at 12 p.m. And it's going to be at our location at 330 Federal Highway, Suite 1. And that's Lake Park, right up the street. We're right in front of the big condos that's going up. We're going to be a landmark, not them. We do have our beautiful daughters with us tonight, Parker and Mackenzie. So, we definitely like to bring them along all the time. And we do that in life and health. And we want to definitely do that for our community as well. Lead by example and just help break some of the generational curses that do plague our community. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Taylor. I would definitely ask the board if they can support their business. I've actually used their business before as a chiropractor. So phenomenal couple, and I'm glad that they're coming to our community. Even though it's right outside, I still want to be able to support them.
Ms. Tiffany Williams and Ms. Mary Brown.
Welcome, Ms. Tiffany.
Good evening, Tiffany Williams. I attended the Let's Talk Trash last month. It wasn't what I thought it would be because we didn't get answers what we wanted. Madam Chair Pro Tem, you asked a question about a month ago, who did the contract and why did they do it like that? My question is, did anyone read what we had with Waste Management to what we were getting before you voted on this contract? There were some questions asked that the good company said there wasn't not in their contract. I sent you guys some emails. When you see them, it say vacant lots, and the vacant lots talked it when we had our discussion in the Let's Talk Trash. Code enforcement, development services was there and was saying how they do the process of finding and liening people. But as homeowners, when we see lots like that next to our properties, and then we get fined, it's like the absentee owners get leniency, but then we do. They're steady knocking at us, but the absentee owners just get signs and whatever they get, letters or whatever. But they're constantly on us. Then I sent another email, it says trash hauler. You see the trash, but it's left from the good company. So as I was going through this contract, it talked, and they said that wasn't in the contract about them cleaning up the mess when I asked the question. but in the contract, it talks about complaints of sloppy service. When they said it wasn't in the contract, nobody from the city said anything. So my question is, do they work for us or do we work for them? Do they tell us how they want to do things and what they're not going to do compared to what is done? Now we have a contract that we have to deal with for 10 years, possibly 10 years, and then no one will get good answers. So Madam Chair, I want to ask before my timer, did you get your answer to the answer the question you asked? Did you receive your answers? And then also, if we're going to allow the good company to continue to do this sloppy service, we have 2 sweepers in this service. And I keep talking about this. I have sent emails out. The sweepers are not working properly. Sometimes they're down, they're up. Both of them are down. We need to get another sweeper in this city to keep our street clean if the good company is going to continue to leave our streets the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Tiffany. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mary Bram and Ms. Doretta Paul.
Good evening, board and chair. I'm dressed like this because this was my costume for the night out, police night out, which was magnificent. The weather was just beautiful. And I have to do a little segment here of the encounter that I encountered. By me dressed like this, and I had this big old pumpkin bucket here, the little kid ran to me and said, "I want some candy." And I told him, "I don't have no candy. I just got out of prison." Looked up at me and he said, "They didn't give you no candy?" I said, "No, they gave me the keys and the handcuffs and they told me to go." The little cutie pie looked up at me and said, "That's messed up." So it was just beautiful. I didn't get a chance to go to the urban farm because I was all out in the community before bereavements. Ruben May Hillman, her son, the late Inez Micken grandson, passed away. Educator Miss Bernice Walker Kobe passed away. Our own Evelyn Clark, her brother. All of these were sudden deaths. They were non-violent crimes. They was just sudden death. Evelyn Clark, her brother as well. So let us keep all of them in prayers and thought. The championship. Hooray for our recreation department. They received their golden ring and they was escorted in by our very own fine police department. And on Thanksgiving Day, Ms. Graham intended to be there. And residents, you need to be there too. Wells Recreation Center would be our first turkey bowl for our recreation department, ages 18 on up. Registration starts October the 30th. Ms. Brown will be there. I'm not flying out for Thanksgiving, so I'm going to have Thanksgiving here. So this is on Thanksgiving Day. So residents come out and be a part. And the vendors that was at the time is 8:00 a.m. to 12 p.m. And also too, the vendors that was at the night out, the Chester with the spooky house, she had so many bags and cones and stuff. And the peanut lady, she's the best in the county. I've already informed them, Jupiter, Indiantown, everywhere. We are on the move here in the things that we are doing here. So we need to stay focused, stay busy, and appreciate one another. And pray for we as a country, not just a country, but we as a community. We are states, we are united. So united we fall, stand, and divided we fall. And kudos to the staff of the city of Riviera Beach that participated in everything. Thank you. I hope I got everything.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Brown.
Ms. Doretta Park and Ms. Delicia Brooks Hamilton.
Welcome, Ms. Polk.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park.
and I'm a resident of city of Riviera Beach. And I just want to know, Chair, who are either Mr. Evans, who is responsible for the railway corridor that's on Barack Obama highway? Because the weeds are just outrageous. And no other municipality that has the railway looks like that. So if we can get a response from that. And now I want to talk about a situation that I heard at the last council meeting that was very horrific, in my opinion, that I heard. And it's concerning the two council women and how they felt very threatened and how they felt like their lives were in jeopardy. Now, and one councilwoman has written out 5 police reports. This should not be happening. I want to make a statement first that before anyone comes up and say, well, why didn't this try to talk to Mr. McCoy one-on-one? Well, we have had conversations. I've had conversation with Mr. Councilman McCoy. He has pulled me to the side and wanted to talk to me over a year ago. We had that right outside here. And we both talked. And I talked with you. It was at one of the events that we had maybe 6 months ago. I wanted to talk with you and actually, could I give you my phone number? And you said, yes. I never received a call, but that's okay. That's fine. But Mr. McCoy, this got to cease. No one on this diocese should fear for their lives. This has to cease. This is not governing the city of Riviera Beach. This is not proactive for us to be doing this, for you to be doing this. I don't know what the reason is. And also Mrs. Lanier has said time and time again that she is not married. So whatever this gentleman's telling you, just cease in that. No one should have to come and fear for their lives. No one. And every woman that has heard this should be appalled about this. This has to stop. You're better than this, Ms. McCoy. You are. This has to stop. And I suggest to the chief that these two women be escorted out each time they go to their cars, because the climate of the world today is awful. So Lester Holt says, he's the anchor of Channel 5.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Polk.
Let's be kind to each other. Take care
Thank
of
you
each
for your
other
comments,
and
Ms.
take
Polk.
care of everyone else. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Polk.
You're better. You're better than this, Children.
Madam Clerk?
Ms. Delicia Brooks Hamilton, and then Ms. Margaret Shepherd.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Chair, Mayor, and the City Manager. My name is Delcia Brooks Hamilton, and I am the owner of Pangea Grill. I have been a small business owner since 2001. I've been in the travel agency business. I'm also part owner of a restaurant hotel in my country. I'm from Central America, Nicaragua. And I also have ran and operated restaurants here in the county. Now, I am very excited to see that the Housing Authority is attempting to solve the affordable housing crisis, because most people would say affordable, but what does affordable mean if you can't afford to live there? So I'm hoping that the management company that they select is going to really look into the prices of these homes and rentals so that it would actually benefit the people of the community here in Riviera Beach. So I am really happy that they decided to take that on, because it's long overdue. Now, in reference to the Marina Phase 2 project, I am pretty excited to see that we have decided to move forward. And I'm saying we because I include myself, because I have been at this process for the past, since I would say I've been coming to these events for as long as I can remember. I would say about 2012. I was here when this building was built, before it was built, and I'm here again. So I am pretty excited to see that the marina is moving forward. And, you know, I am actually going to be one of the restaurant holders on patent site number 2. I'm excited about that. I am ready to go. I have my finances in order. And I'm sure that it's not only myself that's happy, I'm sure that the people of Riviera Beach is also happy as well. So I do have a question though, because the reason why I did not build my restaurant before, because I was told there was no parking space. So I need to find out moving forward if there is a plan to build a parking garage, because you know, there's no space for my clients to come. So where are they going to park? So is there a plan in place for the parking garage? Because, you know, what is the option? What's plan B? So I'd like to possibly get an answer for that. And so I just want to commend the council for moving forward with this project because it's long overdue. And I have been consistent and persistent and determined.
Thank you for your
And here
comments,
I
Ms.
am
Brooks.
today. So I want to thank you, and I'm pretty excited
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brooks.
to see this project move forward. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Ms. Margaret Shepherd.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. I do want to thank Miss Lady March Goldwire for an excellent 5-star event. I want to say to you, Mr. Mayor, you don't want to wear a suit like that, brother. You don't, what they say, can't touch it, they can't touch you. Excellent, and of course, Mr. Lawson had on the gangster hat. Excellent, and of course, you know, Jade, she was into her own self, and our First Lady felt that she was just beautiful. It was an excellent, excellent event. And well worth it, well worth it. And I did taste a little bit of Jade wine now. I didn't take too much because I was, you know, well, I'll leave it like that. It was good wine, I'll leave that. I wanted to take a bottle home, but I didn't. But I want to concur with Mrs. Doretta Park. I got a couple calls from different people, and they were quite upset. I did hear it as I was walking out the door, to hear Miss Lanier plead for her life. It is inappropriate. You know men when you see them because men are very gentle and very kind to women. Very soft. My husband and I, we divorced, but he was very kind to me. He always called me Miss Shepherd. I knew I was in trouble then. But it's imperative that this board, you have shown nothing but leadership skills. But it's imperative that when you sit on this board, and unfortunately the feed is not going through, that you treat each other with respect. Ms. Lanier and Dr. Botel, they deserve respect like every other woman in this building. You talk about mental health. Mental health starts with verbal abuse. Unfortunately for me, you all seen me in action. I think 4 or 5 police was trying to help me. I guess help her because it wasn't helping me. And I want to make sure that we continue to try to be very courteous. You might not like me, and that's good. I'm good with it. My bills are paid, and kind of trimming the fat a little bit so, you know, I can save a few bucks. I'm trying to make a joke because this is serious business with these women. And I want to say to you, Mrs. Lanier, nothing else. I apologize for his behavior. Being ignorant doesn't cost anything. Being a lady, as you are, Dr. Botel, it takes everything. People know who you are, and they respect you. They respect Miss Miller Anderson. And I just want to say to him, I hope it never happened again. Because if it happened again, Mr. Mayor, we're going to have some real issues standing at this podium. And I think you all understand what I mean. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Madam Clerk?
That concludes public comment, general public comments.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, do you want to respond to any public comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. With respect to the item concerning the solid waste services, I'll have someone reach out to Ms. Williams and address what some of her concerns are. One of the things that on the street sweeper, if any entity has ever operated or owned a street sweeper, they are actually hard items to keep in service. And so we're looking at some other options with regards to the ability to continue to clean the streets. And the vendor did attest in the Let's Toss Trash event that they would clean up spills and the like, but we will definitely make sure we reach out to her by close of business tomorrow. With respect to the railroad tracks, that is maintained by FEC, but I have some pictures of some other communities and some vegetation and some ideas that I am reaching out to my peers in other communities to see what they're able to do on their side with respect to maintaining that and making it look a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. And then the last item here, my notes actually just went away. You have that? Parking. With regards to parking, yes, in order to facilitate the redevelopment of the Marina Village, it will include a parking garage. And so we're working towards that. And so that's a further update that will be coming back before the board in the next couple of weeks. I think specifically at your November 8th CRA meeting, we'll give you an update on the status of parking, but we are working because there is parking that needs to be constructed to accommodate the commercial aspects of Marina Village.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Madam Clerk, 6D.
Yes, item 60, recommendation for long-term solutions for Fire Station 89 and immediate needs for Fire Station 86. This is by John Kurd, Fire Chief, and Terrence Bailey, City Engineer.
Good evening, Council, Chair, Mayor. Thank you for your time. John Kurd, Fire Chief. I come before you this evening to have a discussion and to propose several different options as it relates to the future of Fire Station 89 on Military Trail and also Fire Station 86 on Singer Island. The first station we're going to talk about is Fire Station 89. Fire Station 89 was constructed in 1998. And for the sake of time, I really won't go through bullet point by bullet point, but we are at a crossroads right now with Station 89. This particular station here is in need of repair. In addition to working with our partners at the VA, and unfortunately for us, but understanding their direction and moving towards advancing their mental health facilities and programs, the Department of Veteran Affairs is not going to be renewing our land lease for Station 89. We continue to work with our partners from the VA that are here tonight on potential options in the future as it relates to maybe some substation facilities or some outpost or things like that, but we'll get a little deeper into that here in just a second. This is the current condition of Station 89. We obviously have some air conditioning concerns. We have issues with moisture intrusion in the doors. The infrastructure itself is starting to deteriorate due to moisture intrusion. We've made some repairs to the ceiling in the apparatus bay, but as you can see, there's still significant repairs that are needed to be made. So what we are going to propose tonight are several different options. And what you have before you is option number one. Option number one is to relocate Station 88 for 8 months until we make the needed repairs to Station 89. This will then allow us to maintain a presence at that facility until November of 2029. The estimated cost for the repairs that are needed, as you can see, are quite lengthy, and we've projected a cost of approximately $1.7 million. Understanding with option one, there is probably going to be a year's worth of solicitation work, design work that needs to be done, the actual construction work that needs to be done. So even during that time, we're going to have to relocate out of that station, invest the monies, and then ultimately turn that facility over to the VA in 2029. That's the scheduled timeline for design, procurement, and construction. So we will be back in the facility sometime towards August of 2025, which will then render about 4 years of useful life in that building until the expiration of the lease agreement. Option number 2 for council to consider is to relocate our crews to Station 88 and operate our crews in an Alpha Bravo configuration. This will not reduce the number of engines, rescues, or personnel to our complement. What it would do is have them both running out of the same station in this Alpha Bravo configuration, which we will discuss. The cost considerations for this options are $100,000 and what it would take for us to move into the station and make some of the adjustments to the station for running 2 crews out of there. And then an investment in preemption lighting. And I want to just quickly pause here at the $200,000. There are going to be several phases of preemption lighting, which we will discuss, but this $200,000 is an all-in price for all phases of preemption lighting throughout the city, but we will break it down into phases as well. So option number 2 is, again, vacating the property at the VA immediately, I would say within the next 90 to 120 days, and then merging crews in at Station 88. And that facility was built with the capacity for this potential growth, and there will be no issues with housing both of those stations within one. So to talk a little bit about what an Alpha Bravo configuration looks like, again, for the sake of time, I won't get into how response time criteria is determined, but ultimately, the healthcare district requires us in our COPCN to maintain an 8-minute response time average. We shoot for 7 minutes and 30 seconds, and we actually hover right around the 6-minute mark here in the city of Riviera Beach. So that 7:30 is kind of our key number on what we're going to be targeting. What you see on your screen now is what we call our zone coverage map. So we have our 4 stations, 86 from the east, 87, 88, and 89. And we have those half-mile, 1 mile, and 1.5 mile radiuses around those to show what our coverage looks like. With Station 89 coming offline, whether it be today or in 2029, Station 88 will be picking up the coverage. And in this Alpha Bravo configuration, we will be looking at expanding its coverage area. When I was reviewing the call data and the response times, there were 2 areas of greatest concern. We had the area up here in Woodbine, which is in that northwest corner. And then we also have the area down here to the southwest corner in Lone Pine Estates area. So those areas right there were of biggest concern to me, that we're going to put our response times, in my opinion, to a level that was unsatisfactory. So we went back to the drawing board looking at what we could do. And we basically looked at the data, our current response times. And again, these over here are kind of our target hazards and worst case scenario. We have Woodbine in the northwest corner, Arbor Park, which was the old Mystic Woods, VA Hospital, Indian Trace, Lone Pine, and obviously those areas to the south of our city's boundary on Military Trail. Currently, these are what our response time averages are to those locations. With closing down Station 89, these are what response times go to. We can clearly see that, in my opinion, that is an unacceptable response time model for what our residents are accustomed to. So we started reaching out to some of our partners in the industry, and we came up with a solution to those issues, and it's emergency vehicle preemption. Basically, emergency vehicle preemption ties in our apparatus, ties in the street signalizations at the intersections. They can be configured to tie in with school speed zones. Actually, Palm Tran is looking to go to a system or a model like this to also assist with preemption, and all of these systems tie together. So basically, the way the system works is we would have devices installed in our apparatus. The primary mode of communication, as you can see illustrated with the number 1, is GPS signalization that goes to the cloud, and then that signal would then come down to the box. There's also a redundant system here, number 2, that provides a radio signal to the box. But the key with this one, the older systems only provided for a radio signal. You had to be within 400 foot of the intersection. So if traffic was backed up 800 foot, you couldn't get that signal to change the light until you pushed your way 400 foot to within the intersection. With this glance system and this particular preemption system, it actually looks at the speed of our apparatus, is tied in with some of the navigational systems that are out there, Waze and some of the others, to look at traffic congestion, and actually with AI technology will turn those lights green in well enough time for us to not have to reduce our rate of speed significantly. So the benefits, obviously, of emergency vehicle preemption is the improved response time, safety at intersections, and the cost savings with being able to reduce the number of stations, but by yet utilizing preemption to maintain the same level of service. There have been several studies on preemption data, preemption lighting systems and data that's out there. And what we see up here, and not to get too deep into all of this, but really what we're looking at is any major intersection, we can save 30 to 45 seconds per intersection, and smaller intersections anywhere between 10 to 15 seconds. So what staff did next is we looked at that same coverage map of Station 88, covering both zones. And then we looked at the number of intersections that ran throughout the city into various zones. And then we started utilizing the mathematical calculations on major intersections, which we know Garden Road, especially during peak times, is a major intersection, 95, Military Trail, the B line. Those are all areas where we can save up to 30 to 45 seconds, with saving an additional 10 to 15 seconds at some of the smaller intersections. This is what we're looking at as a phase 1 implementation. This particular implementation, as you can see here, this is where Station 88 would be located. Phase 1 would include Garden Road, I-95, right out in front of Racetrack, Military Trail, south and north on Military Trail. The cost for phase 1 would be $109,000, and we're looking at a 90-day implementation following approval. This is the most costly segment because all vehicles must be equipped with the technology for preemption, which won't be needed in future phases. We would only then be addressing the intersections that would need to be controlled. Phase 2, we would then look into taking our center core of the city. This will allow 88 and 87 to traverse Blue Heron Boulevard without having to deal with the intersections. We'll also address Silver Beach and MLK as well. The cost for this one is $48,000. Remembering the vehicles are already equipped, this would be the cost of the intersections. Phase 3 would then address everything from Station 87 east to North Ocean, and then also address Broadway. There is a potential Broadway may be picked up by Palm Tran in theirs, so there may be some cost savings there. But in any event, here we are at the $200,000 mark for all 3 phases of preemption lighting. So we looked at those current response times. That's where we're at. That's our target of where we're trying to stay. We looked at what happens if Station 89 closes, unacceptable. Estimated times with preemption, this is only including 30-second savings at major intersections, gets us closer to where we want to be, but not quite where we want to be. Most likely, the savings we would get at every major intersection and every minor intersection would bring us to a point where our times would almost be comparable and in some areas better than they were with the station being there. Remembering the more lights we go through, the more time we pick up, the more time we save. So Station 89, we wanted to look at other options for council to consider, and this was a consideration of land that may be available. North of Blue Heron on Military Trail, there's absolutely no land available. South of Blue Heron on Military Trail, we've worked very hard and put in a lot of work to identify parcels. I would love to be able to say this parcel is still in play. We received information just last night from the healthcare district. They are not interested in moving forward, even with the support of our partners from the VA. They're not interested in that area becoming a fire station, considering the uses of the Healy and Kendrick Center. So unfortunately, this option is off the table.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
I'm sorry, why would the VA have any input on a piece of property that's owned by the healthcare district?
The VA did, and they wrote a letter of support for the city of Riviera Beach to enter into some sort of an agreement with the healthcare district, but the healthcare district still denied our request to move forward.
Oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate you clarifying.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman.
So we looked at a couple of other pieces of property. There's two pieces of property that are down by the, what's the store down there? Tractor Supply. Down by the Tractor Supply across from Lone Pine. There are two parcels that are there. Both of these are owned by the Rapids, which has been acquired by Six Flags of America. And while these properties may be an option, when we put our response radius around a location that far south on Military Trail, we actually cover 45th Street better than we cover Blue Heron Boulevard. So I don't think this is an ideal location. It does keep units on the Military Trail corridor. However, it doesn't provide benefit to Woodbine and Arbor Park to the north, because as 88 comes down Blue Heron to the west and 89 would come north, they'd meet at that intersection at practically the same time. But we wanted to make sure that we looked at the options that were available.
1 second, Chief. I'm sorry. Walter, can you check YouTube? We're getting notice that it's down, so just double check the YouTube, see if we can get that back up. Thank you, Chief. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is a summary of the options. Option one is to remain at Station 89 till the end of our lease agreement, which will require renovations to an estimated cost of $1.7 million. Relocate to Station 88, invest in preemption lighting. Again, the $300,000 is an all-in price for preemption lighting throughout the system, with the associated cost of moving those crews over. We have been unable to find any space for rent that will meet our needs of what a fire station would look like. But one of the things with option number two is we continue to work with our partners at the VA, and we are in conversation right now as they build their new mental health wing. They will actually look to build, let's call it a substation on their property. So during peak hours, Monday through Friday, we can post a unit out on our western corridor, because my biggest concern is 7:30 in the morning to 9:30 and 3:30 till about 6 o'clock. That's the toughest time for us to get across I-95. So that is something that we're considering as well. And then option number four kind of went away yesterday. I thought that that property at the Healy Center at the Medical Triangle was a great option, which would have still needed funding to construct a new station. There were still some costs associated with that, but we do have those other parcels that are available on the south side of Military Trail. So staff's recommendation is for council to consider option number two, We think that is a realistic and viable option, especially with being able to stage units out on our western corridor during our peak times. And obviously, the cost associated with it, being good stewards of the city's money. It just seems like 1.7 million to renovate a property that we're going to have to give back is a bit pricey. But we just wanted to look at direction from council. Is there an option that they would like to see us move in the direction of, a combination of the options, or none of the above?
Board members? So Chief, as the conversation and actually taking a look, I would be supportive of option 2 and moving forward with continued discussion with the VA and seeing if a substation can be built on the facility. It would be a great partnership to continue. And I know that they want the land to expand upon the mental health component, but if we can find some space there, even if it's just a substation where we can park EMS response teams, something that can actually work. So we can continue that conversation while we relocate and do the Alpha Bravo. It would be my recommendation. Board members?
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Patel, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I agree. Option 2 makes the most sense to me. I mean, particularly given the cost, it just doesn't make sense to me to spend $1.7 million for 4 years worth of use when you've shown us that the response time can be as good or even in one case better than having the station there. So I'm definitely in favor of option number 2.
Colleagues? Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
I support option 2.
Option 2 is fine for me as well.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was the property, I actually just noticed this over the weekend, where the old television station is on Blue Heron and 95, was that an option? Because that's certainly on the market.
I don't know if that property is available. Whether or not that property is an option, yes, it's always an option. But then we have a scenario where you're building 2 stations about a mile from each other. And Riviera Beach currently has more fire stations per square mile than any other municipality in Palm Beach County. So while it is an option, yes, for the 95 and military corridor, I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze on building on that site with the amount of money in such close proximity to the other station.
Sure. Do you have an estimate, or do we know what the construction costs were tentatively in 98 to build that fire station?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
The 1998 cost to build that fire station on Military Trail. Around about, probably $3 million.
I vaguely remember that Chicken Dance built that for us with the Woodbine development. So I don't know that the city.
It was part of the Woodbine development. It was an agreement. It was an agreement with Chicken Dance and Woodbine. They actually built the building on VA's property, and there was no cost to the city.
Okay.
Other than the maintenance and upkeep throughout its years.
Okay. And then I was looking at option 1. That's a non-starter for me because $1.7 million, and we're going to have that construction complete in 5 years, and that's a sunk cost because then we have to be out of there in 2029. So that just wouldn't even make sense. So I guess, I would have to concur with option 2. And I seen relocation costs, but does the 300,000 you have there represents those relocation costs and the preemption system together?
Yes, that is a complete package of vacating Station 89, making the adjustments to 88, and the preemption lighting throughout the whole city. Now, we can segment the preemption lighting and understand that my intent is to do preemption lighting throughout the city, irrespective of what comes of this today. But yes, that's the all-in cost for the relocation and a citywide preemption program.
So if we do a permanent relocation at 88 at Blue Heron and Congress, then are we going to repurpose that location for the remaining time left on the lease?
The problem that we have with that property is we have requirements through our lease agreement with the VA to keep that building dry and in a serviceable condition. Right off the start, we got to put a new roof on it. It's leaking like a sieve. There's several $100,000 into tearing out that barrel tile roof. Then once you get that roof off, what does the truss system look like? So there's still a great deal of work to even consider repurposing it. It might not be at 1.7 million, but it will still be a significant cost.
I like the idea of redoing the roof because certainly I had the opportunity to walk into the current police station, and certainly it would not be at a disadvantage to repurpose the roof for $400,000 or $500,000 and do the necessary upgrades. If we could put an additional police substation out on the Western community, at least for the next 3 years, right? We're in actually for the next 6 years, 5.5 years, considering just the police station, they're really at capacity there. And I know we've had some issues with, if the chief is here, with even maintaining a Sally port and using other agencies. I think certainly if the lease has been granted to us and we have been, I guess, not just police, but from several different departments having issues with space, I think certainly if there's an opportunity that we can repurpose it, I would certainly like that to be considered.
We could look at what those costs would be. We do know that the septic system has failed, so we would need, there are still some significant things. We're having it pumped out once a month right now, so it doesn't back up into the apparatus bay. But we will look at what those costs would be, and then we'll, as we move forward with option 2, from what I'm hearing with council, when we come back to talk about the preemption lighting, and we bring that back before council, we'll have some numbers on what it would take to do something like that. And then that would be a decision that we could then look at.
Leslie. Mr.
Councilman
Chair.
McCoy, go ahead.
Yeah, but outside of you relocating, the space would then just be sitting there completely unused for the remaining of the lease. So do we have the anticipation of surrendering it before the end of the lease?
Yes, the anticipation would be to surrender the property immediately to the VA so they can begin to finalize their plans for their construction, and then allowing for that substation to be built as part of that project. So it would accelerate their timeline on their project. So that's kind of the idea and the conversations that have been had around it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. And just to piggyback on that, that would be a discussion that I would love for us to explore, identifying the total costs to bring it up to standard and possibly looking at a substation. I love that idea from Councilman McCoy, because if we have the lease until 2029, the cost, I believe, is only $1 a year, if there is a cost at all for this lease. So having the facility renovating and to fit the standards of a sub police station and still keeping as a docking station or a housing station for an apparatus to park there and a combined police fire, it gives us an opportunity to move the officers that are piled into the port center and give them location space. So I'm actually a big fan of that one. That's a good discussion to explore and see what we can
We'll
visit
take a
with
look at it. There'll be considerations for the roof, the sewer system, the driveway that's failing, the HVAC system. But like some of the remodeling to the bunk rooms, the exterior doors would have to be hardened. There are some things. We'll make sure we get a complete number to you.
And I would love if we can give some direction to sit down with Chief and see if that's an option and what would actually need to be renovated to possibly split that cost between police and fire so that we could still keep our apparatus at that location while still doing option 2 with the preemptive lighting, with relocating for Alpha Bravo, but then moving some of our police officers over to that location while we still store a apparatus at that location for at least the next 4 years while we're building our new police station.
We will take a look at it.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans.
If you do have an opportunity to tour the site with staff, we certainly would like to take any board member that's interested on that particular site. But you would put probably hundreds of thousands of dollars into that particular site, and the police department, for all intent and purpose, would utilize it for report writing, but for the most part, they're out in the community. So the space would get limited usage at best, but you would have to spend probably what a guesstimate would
A
be.
million.
About $1 million to be able to get it to a state where it is
Right.
habitable, that you want to put employees back in that particular space. And it is not in much better condition than the police station that we vacated. In addition to, it would cause for additional costs for the police department because those costs would be absorbed by their budget, and that wasn't a budgeted expenditure. But if it's the board's pleasure, we'd love to take you on a tour of that particular facility. But for brevity's sake, we did not include some of the challenges that are present at that site in the presentation, but certainly would welcome an opportunity to tour the facility with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Board members, Dr. Botel, and then we'll come back to Councilman McCoy if no other board members have any comments.
Just a question, and it's actually not for Chief, well, it's not for Chief Kurt, it's for Chief Goldman, but why, can we also put those kinds of devices on our police vehicles to help them get to emergency situations? I mean,
This
why-
would be a holistic
okay,
approach.
good.
Yes, there is an option, and I've had brief conversation. We don't even know if this is yet going to happen, but yes, this would apply to all emergency vehicles that would be in the city.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Thank you, Doc. Board members, Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Chief, I think I know the answer to this, and you certainly would know this. VA only services veterans, correct?
That's correct.
Will this hospital mental health component or program, is that going to be a Baker Act receiving facility?
I do not believe so. We do have the VA here. I would defer to them on any questions as the relation to the facility itself.
Hi, Corey Price. I'm the CEO, Executive Director of the West Palm Beach VA Healthcare System, representing the 7 counties in the approximately 60,000 veterans in our catchment area. We are already a Baker Act receiving facility. We have a 25-bed acute mental health ward. This would not be part of that type of inpatient services, but this would be actually a couple buildings that will be designed to provide a updated therapeutic outpatient mental health environment for our veterans throughout the catchment area.
Thank you. Follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Councilman, go ahead.
Mr. Bryce, thank you for joining us. So did
course.
you pin the letter to us, or is that the folks in Washington?
That was both. So it was a collaboration with our central office as well.
Okay, and I want to say thank you for the partnership since 1998. But we have a fire station that really has serviced our western portions of our community and our city. However, I think the decision has been pretty much, we have reached a consensus on option 2. However, from a standpoint of us relocating, I want to understand, what does the VA hospital have to offer us in exchange for this relocation? And the reason I'm asking that, because what's being proposed, if we surrender, we're basically giving up what we're obligated to have. So absent, I know this is probably going to sound crazy. I just seen this movie, The Burial, 3 times. This is called an anticipatory breach of the agreement. If you're expecting us to surrender this property 6 years ahead of time, is there something that the VA hospital or their unit can offer our public service units? Because we're servicing your veterans. We're bringing veterans to your facility. Now we need to relocate our fire station. Is there something collaboratively that you and your team can work towards in helping us facilitate this relocation?
Yeah, we've been working with the chief
I'm
collaboratively
speaking
since
in
this.
money and resources. That all that other stuff is great, but literally we're giving up access 6 years early, and I'm just curious to know, what benefit does that provide for us from your perspective?
How does that directly benefit the city? Well, what we have talked about is keeping a satellite facility and providing whatever support is needed for chief and for his units, either temporarily while we have the new building built, and once the building is built. That's an option. But as far as enhanced use lease, what it can be repurposed for, we'd have to go back and look at the original agreement and the lease agreement, and what that stipulates. I don't know. We'd have to leave that up to the to the lawyers. But, you know, obviously this is a site that's not meeting our needs and it's not meeting Chief's needs, and there's significant investment that needs to be done in it. And if we can repurpose that for veterans, that's my charge and my noble mission.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
And certainly correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it some change in legislation that required that the lease could not be extended because it wasn't front-facing services to veterans on veterans' properties? And so the limitations that were provided was way above our pay grades with respect to what options that we have moving forward, if you wanted to speak to that.
Yeah, initially that was kind of the stumbling block, and the reason why it wasn't just an automatic, you know, renewal of the lease. So when we started looking at that option, there was legislation that was passed that prioritized enhanced use leases on VA property for the benefit of homeless services. That has since changed. They've made some modifications to that legislation, so that's no longer the same stipulation. But when we were looking at our market assessment, we go through a market assessment every couple years. We currently already have, as in the memo, 1 million square foot space gap for veteran care. So we are limited in the services and programs we can offer based on the space that we have available. And obviously, if we have that on our property, it's a matter of when we repurpose that, not if. So knowing that VA property is going to be there for hundreds of years, it's kind of like now or never type of decision.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Price, thank you for visiting us tonight. Thank you for the work that you're doing, and we look forward to continuing this partnership and possibly working on something with our first responders as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chief Gurd, you can continue with the presentation. Thank you.
So now we'll move on to Fire Station 86 located on at 5010 North Ocean. We obviously know what Fire Station 86 is. It was a sister station to 88. These are some of the issues that we have dealt with at that station, some of the conditions at that station. We obviously don't need to beat a dead horse there. So the options that we were going to propose, and this is all based on the reconstruction of Station 86. We do know that we have the referendum coming up next year, but looking at what the future is, rebuild of that station would require us to consider these options. Option number one would be to relocate Station 86 to a temporary site until the new Station 86 is completed in 2028. And I say 2028, and you may wonder, why is it going to take that long? Please remember, there also is a water tank component. So we have to tear down the fire station, rebuild the water tank at the fire station site, then tear down the water tank, and then rebuild the fire station. But we can't do anything before that water tank is rebuilt and connected due to the capacity needs on Singer Island. The cost consideration to relocate Station 86 to a temporary site until 86 is completed is approximately 1.6 million, plus the rental fee for that entire period of time of 253,000. Looking at what this temporary site is, we were able to identify with our partners from the CRA and Ms. Maxfield, we've been able to identify a lawyer's office that's behind the CRA building there, the Clean and Safe. That building is available. That building provides us direct access to North Ocean Drive from right behind the strip mall. The way we would build it out is the area in blue would be a awning or covering to keep the apparatus out of the weather. The area in yellow would be a repurposed sleeping trailer that we used while we were building Station 88. So we would be looking to repurpose that. We would then look to do some renovations to the inside of the station, creating 2 offices, a day room, a kitchenette, 2 bathrooms, and showers for staff. It is a very small building, but considering we would be there for almost 5 years, we think that these renovations would be needed. It's not just a 1-year holdover. And this is that sleeping trailer we would be repurposing and the current condition of what the law office is now. Option number 2 to consider is to remain at Station 86. until Station 87 is done on Avenue H West at 600 West Blue. And that would be completed in the first quarter of 2025. Then what we could do is move crews off of Singer Island to Station 87. And the cost consideration for that would be $525,000. But again, that is, that number includes the $200,000 for the preemption lighting. Option number 3, and this is a bad option, but we wanted to make sure there were options out there, is relocate to the Ambassador Center, which is no more than a couple hundred feet from the law office. We do have concerns with this property. While we've stayed there in the past for emergency situations, we wouldn't be able to have the apparatus covering. There is right-of-ways. There are active businesses there. There is pedestrian traffic that is there. So it's not a great option, but it is an option. And you can see it's at 1.6 million plus the rent of 348,000 until 2028. Talking about Fire Station 86, just to give some context, this is what the site looks like currently. This is what the proposed site plan is. Here is the new water station, water tower, 1 million gallon water tank, and the fire station. So you can see that the existing station would need to be torn down so that this can be constructed. Once transfer of service is complete, we can then tear down the water tank and proceed with construction of the fire station itself. This is not the station. This is just a conceptual drawing that was utilized when we were looking at the tennis courts over by the Ritz-Carlton, but we figured we'd put it in there to show kind of what the design element would look like for a station on the island. So looking back over these options, option number 1 is to relocate to the law office, remain on the island, and until Station 86 is completed. Option number 2 is to stay on site until March of 2025, then relocate to Station 87 at 600 West Blue and run on Alpha Bravo configuration from there. And then option 3 would be the Ambassador Center. I think it's a poor option, but I had to put it up there. Based on the way our calls, the buildings, our call volume, our target hazards, potential loss of life and property, and the inherent delays built into response, staff recommends option number 1, just to ensure that we maintain a presence. And when I talk about an inherent response delay, unlike the rest of our community, when we arrive on scene, we're at your front door. On the island, when we arrive on scene, we go to the Knox box, we get the key, make entry into the lobby, call the elevator down, get in the elevator. So there's an inherent delay built in there. So those are concerning to me, and also the potential for loss of life as it relates to fire. We also have some concerns with the bridge itself. Is our only means to get on the island. One really bad accident, one fire on the bridge, we would be cut off if we were on the wrong side. So staff recommends option number 1, but we would love to get council's input or answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Botel, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't think, from my perspective, we don't have any other choice. That we have to move on this. I wouldn't want to have any staff member, any firefighter, be having to stay in the condition that they are in now in that building. It's awful, and we've got to get. How quickly can we get them out of there if we go with option 1? Terrence.
It's a complicated question. Obviously, we don't have site control, so first we'd be going into negotiating a lease, and actually backing up from that funding. It's $1.6 million that we would have to identify the funding, and I do believe there's a slide with Mr. Sherman coming up next to talk about funding. In consultation with Development Services and Mr. Sermons, we have to rezone the property to community facility because right now it's commercial. You know, going through a zoning in Development Services is a process. So that process laid on a full design for the interior renovation, procurement, and construction That would be the timeline.
We have to get going. We have to get moving.
So, any other questions, direction, comments?
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Chief, was there not a consideration for property acquisition on Singer Island? Was that not even brought up? Because I did see some places over there that clearly have very conspicuously displayed for sale signs.
We have looked at several different properties.
Mr.
Cost
Chair,
prohibitive.
It was cost prohibitive. I think we were looking at
yeah,
$20,000 for.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we did have a couple of conversations with property owners, and if you ever want to participate in an exercise that realistically is hard to bear fruit, try to find 2 acres on Singer Island that is either off the tax roll or that is for sale at a reasonable cost. When we tried to attempt to do that, we got an appraisal of property that the amount of land that we're looking for was roughly about $5 million for that 2 acres. The property owner wanted $10 million for that particular property. And so we did, again, try to pursue some additional opportunities, but it was extremely cost prohibitive. And that's why we came up with some of the options that were before you, because it is very costly endeavor, and it would require, in some cases, parcel assembly, or the station would be a fraction of the size. That's why the first iteration of the concept that put the station at the Ocean Walk was a viable option for us, because that was the only property that we can be able to conceivably to facilitate that, unless we went through a full-out reconstruction of where Fire Station 86 is. But we did look at parcel assembly and parcel acquisition, and it was just extremely cost prohibitive, that your station cost would probably, with property acquisition, would be close to $40 million.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Board members, do we have recommendations for staff in regards to an option?
Just, Mr. Chair, one quick question. So, if I might, so if we go with option 1 and we tear down, we can move the firefighters out, tear down the station that exists there now. Can we begin to put the new water tower tank in place as we, can we make
Yes,
baby steps?
this will basically become the leading edge of what is the larger, more grand Fire Station 88 bigger picture. Obviously, we know there's funding that is in conversation come March, and there's a solicitation on the street right now. So this is a very timely conversation, and this will simply become the leading edge of, let's call it the absolute phase 1 of, we know we have to demolish Fire Station 86 for everything else to happen. So this lets us begin immediately on something we were going to have to do anyway to facilitate the new Fire Station 86.
So the answer is yes, we can move.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We can
Yes.
we can multitask.
I should have just skipped the yes.
Thank you.
Board members' options, and I believe that we want to see maybe some financing options before making a decision. The next slide, you did say Mr. Sherman is going to be
Yes.
giving some eyes. Okay.
Go ahead and turn the presentation over to Mr. Sherman.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, good evening. Randy Sherman, Finance Director. Yeah, they were real generous. They gave me 1 slide for tonight. But what we did is we looked at all of the options that the chief and Mr. Bailey were offering, and we identified funds in order to be able to, where we would draw the funds depending on which option you selected. The only thing I will tell you, and I'm glad to kind of hear you moved away from option 1 on 89. We don't have enough dollars to do option 1 on 86 and 89 because they're tapping into the same, they're tapping into the same municipal facility funds. But with the preemption lighting, we have sufficient dollars in the fire impact fees that we'll be able to use on that, and the impact fees for the relocation as well. But then when you get down to 86, we have sufficient funds in the municipal facility this year with the 2024 allocation to make that move. Now, it does almost eat up 100% of the dollars we have available, but we do have the funds to do 86.
Board, recommendations for staff for 86. Thank.
Is that
Option
option one?
If you could go back one slide, Mr. Sherman.
Oh,
please.
sure.
Thank you. We're back to the options.
Oh, okay, sure. There we go.
And thank you, Mr. Sherman.
Yep.
I know, Mr. Chair.
Just,
I know it
Millennium
stepped
Support.
out, but for the option one rent, I mean, do we have any type of figure for that? For the rent?
Yes, I believe it's on the slide at 240,000 is the rent for
Yeah,
4
it
years.
stepped out. I must have missed
Okay.
that. That's what I was asking.
I can
Way
get
back.
back to it, yeah.
Yes, it's 240 for 4 years.
Oh, next, option one then.
253.
Chief, if you could go back to option 2, because if we renovate, remain on site, it's just, I guess, realistic timelines. The slide with option 2. Remaining on site, where would the firefighters go while we're renovating at that 525,000?
That would again be a scenario where during the time of the repairs that need to be made, they would have to come out of the station, and we would have to then get very creative on where it is they go. They won't be able to go into the temporary station at the Wells Recreation Complex simply because it wasn't designed to run an Alpha Bravo format. So we would then really be trying to figure out what we do by maybe utilizing the clean and safe space, which doesn't have the shower facilities, or it really isn't a great option. There's no good answer, sir.
And yeah, I'm not a fan of option 2, because even if we do renovate that space, that's a short-term fix, a Band-Aid over a facility we're going to be tearing down. So that's the same as the Woodbine, the Western 89. It's not a good option for investment purposes. So I would be supportive of option 1 as well, and moving forward from there. Thank you, Chief. Dr. Patel, go ahead. Option 1?
Was it 1?
Option 1. She threw up the finger. Councilwoman Lanier,
Yes, I'm fine with option one as well.
option 1. Councilwoman McCoy?
Was there option 4?
I wish there was, sir.
Because I just find it interesting that, we moved away from the site next to the Ritz-Carlton for what reason? I'm very well, thank you. Okay, never mind. I withdraw my question.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But it's just really interesting that in my community, we have no problem taking parks and amenities away from, the folks that live over in my district. But then there's all of this, but then we didn't even account for a contingency plan when we took the fire station element away from Ocean Mall. And, here we are. I guess I don't really have an option for it. We really don't even have an option 2 or 3. So, I appreciate the work you've done in bringing this forward, but I have no choice but to join the other members with this.
Thank you, Councilman. Chief, thank you for the presentation. I believe we have clear direction for the options to move
We
forward.
do, and we'll be back in December with some resolution items for the preemption lighting and preparing for moving forward on these options. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, you did have one public comment card on this item. Ms. Shepherd, do you still want to speak?
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
Ms. Shepherd.
Ordinance 9A, Madam Clerk? Oh, I'm sorry, did we pulled items C and D from consent? Resolution, consent 3C and 3D. Those got pulled and moved to the end of presentations.
Resolution number 156-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the piggybacking of Sourcewell's contract with Axon Enterprise Incorporated for public safety video surveillance solutions with related equipment, software, and accessories under contract number 10720-AXN, authorizing Code Compliance Division use of Axon Enterprise Incorporated, authorizing the issuance of a purchase order in the amount of $43,608.30 to purchase body cameras, obtain software licenses and support services, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payments from account number 10117104531000 and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on item 3C is now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 156-23.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, this item was pulled by a board member and staff is prepared to answer any questions that the board may have. This particular item was discussed as part of the budget sessions with the board concerning the use of the body-worn cameras for code compliance officers. And so both the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, and Senior Procurement Specialist, Ms. Tanisha Boyton, are prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pro Tem Lanier?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a couple of questions about this item. I really have some heartburn about code enforcement officers wearing body cameras. It's, for me, right now, it's an issue of privacy. How long would the information be stored?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Please, Ms. Sermons, go ahead.
Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services, for the record. Councilwoman, we have been in conversations with the provider. The contract is for 5 years, and during that time, they do provide cloud storage. And from my understanding, this company also works with police, and additional conversations may take place regarding after the 5 years and what happens long-term with storage. So unless they are able to provide any additional details on that, we only know that the 5-year period of this contract is what is covered.
And the cost of storage is included in this 43,000? That's
correct.
So the problem that I have with this is the fact that now, I mean, I understand why the police wear body cameras, because it's a criminal, or they call the police and therefore it has to be on camera. But to have code enforcement officers going to people's home or inside people's homes, just because there was an issue with their roof or they needed to go inside to look at something, now that information or that picture of the inside of their house, say they got a, picture of Trump in there, whatever the case may be, you have this information now that is public record, so that now someone can pull this information from our public records and say, let me see the inside of this individual's house because, code enforcement, I saw code enforcement over there yesterday. And I got real issues with the privacy part of this, but also too, I think that the residents need to know about this first, that if we're gonna do this, that we need to have some type of community information about code enforcement, about body cameras, and how privacy will be protected. Because once this information goes on a body camera for a code enforcement officer, for somebody having, an overgrown yard, all that information now is public record. So I just have some serious, heartburn about this whole issue around privacy, and also the fact that the public does not know about this and need to be provided information about that and around privacy.
If I may respond, Mr. Chair.
Please, Ms. Simmons.
Yes, that is definitely noted in staff. This comes from discussions that took place during the budget process. And of course, staff will facilitate any direction that comes from the board. So we took a look at the expenses and looked at setting up a contract for it and developing policies and procedures for it. But if it is not still the desire, staff is confident in code enforcement's, code compliance's abilities to operate without body cameras. But there are some cases where it is a thing in certain places. However, it would be a change for our community, and persons are typically not comfortable with someone approaching them and they're on camera and they don't have any ability to consent to it. So it's something operationally that we have to look into. And again, in developing a standard operations and procedures for this type of equipment, we would have to consider all of those things.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Botel, go ahead.
Is that information public information?
It would be subject to public information requests. However, it would require persons to go through the footage, and I believe there's I would, if possible, defer to police and how they handle public information requests with videos, as my department, as of today, doesn't have experience with those kinds of requests, but I do understand that it is subject to the request.
And I guess that was part of my concerns, Mr. Sermons, during our agenda review. I know that we want to create the policy after the fact, but without having a policy of how this is going to be operated, and I was actually going to pull this item as well. After our discussion and agenda review, I was concerned that we don't have the proper details of how we're going to manage and operate these cameras, and to have this expenditure prior to knowing the logistics behind it gives me heartburn as well. So I don't believe I can support it for the very reason of learning that whether it's public record, public knowledge, whether it can be shared, whether it's not, what are the details, how they can be operated, the safety and integrity of our code compliance. I do still support it, but I want to see a policy first with how it's going to be operated, so we can be clear with educating the residents and also our staff. So without a policy and just purchasing equipment that could sit on the shelf for 6 months, it doesn't sit well with me. Go ahead, Ms. Miller Anderson, then Councilman McCoy. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may, certain things are exempt from public records, and when there is an expectation of privacy, the interior of persons' homes, that is information that is not available for public record and public consumption. So that is all part of training that would have to occur should the city move forward in that particular endeavor. But there are some exemptions that are provided.
Ms. Miller Anderson, did you have a comment? Thank you. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a great point that you brought up. And I did share with staff the same concern about we need to have a policy that's separate and apart from police. And Mr. Manager did indicate, certainly I don't expect the police code compliance officers to ride around all day with a body cam turned on. However, I've specifically been a part of two encounters where code officers should have had or would have been better served had they had on the body worn cam, when they've actually identified someone who was doing illegal dumping. But if you're literally in the middle of taking a report or driving for that matter, I mean, it's much easier to activate a body worn camera than it is to pick up a cell phone device and start recording. Additionally, I think at some point when code compliance was moved from PD to development services, they no longer have access to the police, auxiliary channel to contact dispatch. And they would literally be in the field with a cell phone and expected, when they see a crime in progress, which dumping is not just a violation of the code, it's also a criminal offense under the Florida statute, to pick up the phone and then call back into the same 911 system that any other individual would normally use. In fact, I shared an article with administration as well as Mr. Sermons many months ago, I think probably earlier this year, where Palm Beach County actually has already started entertaining this very concept and this idea. So I certainly expect that there are other municipalities and organizations throughout the state of Florida that are already using body cam footage. But under the law, a code compliance officer is treated in the same respect as a law enforcement officer for those purposes. So to that realm, they don't have a weapon. They don't have a first line of defense as a baton or pepper spray. So I at least, not for the purposes of monitoring the employees, I want to ensure safety because, there was an incident where I know specifically one of our officers identified somebody dumping, and there was this huge argument and confrontation, and she more or less had to concern herself with being safe first. But none of that information was able to be captured on any kind of, recorded record. But I would really encourage the board to consider this. Certainly, I would not expect this to be implemented until there's a policy, and certainly this wouldn't be the same policy as police. But absent of this, we're sending our folks out with a telephone, and we're asking them to make sure that our community is clean and safe. And we already know that there are just going to be repeat violators and bad actors that are just going to disregard not just police officers, but certainly more importantly, they're going to do it to a code enforcement officer. And I would hate for a crime to take place, we've come very close to it, and we not have a document record of it. So that's why I shared the article with administration, because it was widely advertised, or it was widely published that Palm Beach County had, took on the same consideration.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. And I guess those were the sentiments. And I do want to support this, and I can support this after we've established a policy. And the reason that I'm not inclined to support it now is because the lead time for the cameras and the availability of the cameras is not limited or lacking. We can actually have the turnaround quickly once it's brought back to us. We can have them secured once a policy has been approved by this board. And during that process of actually securing them, we can start with the training and oversight of the policy and education to our residents in the community. I don't see why we're going to just spend this $47,000 and just have them sitting in the shelf for the next 6 months while we're waiting on a policy to be created. And that would be where I would be absolutely supportive of it coming back. But as of right now, I want us to be aggressive with getting a policy done now, bringing it back to us, and then making the purchase and the order going forward with that. Because I agree wholeheartedly with Councilman McCoy, but we have to start doing things the right way, and creating a policy first, I think, is necessary.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans?
There wouldn't be a situation whereby the policy would come back for the board for ratification. It would be an internal policy that would be mirrored after other government agencies that have deployed the similar type of technology, and then there would be training. So there wouldn't be a situation whereby the policy would come back before the board.
Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for that clarity. And with the internal training and policy, I would want staff to have that. So the things that I want to know is, how are we going to keep our staff safe, residents safe? What is going to be the timeline of actually storage of this equipment? Are they going to wear it every time they leave? Is it going to be docked and stored? The total cost of the $43,000, is that going to cover all storage fees for all of the cameras? Is our code compliance officers going to be required to keep it on, similar to our police officers when they leave out? There's a lot of internal information and questions that I had about the equipment that I just think it's just going to be sitting there on the shelf until a policy is created, whether it comes before the board for ratification or that staff is going to be trained on it. And it just seems like a waste of spending if we don't have the right steps necessary to create an internal policy, as you said, Mr. Evans. Go ahead, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
I was going to ask a question in regards to how long do you think it would take for you all to create the policy, or what was the plan? Should it get approved tonight? What's the plan in terms of getting the policy created and then getting it out there into the community?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Steps, go ahead.
It would be staff's intent to acquire the devices, to understand how the devices work, to receive training on the devices, and concurrently to basically emulate the policy that the county has, making some tweaks and modifications that is specific to Riviera Beach, and ensuring that staff is trained on that. And so before we would activate the policy, there would be at least a time where staff would have more than a couple of weeks to become used to the devices, in addition to even the uniforms that they wear. We've talked about the specific type of uniform. So most likely it would probably be like probably a 90-day from we receive the first unit to the policy to persons being trained on the policy, and then actually deploying that out in the field would probably be a 90-day period.
Okay, I can support that as long as you're working on getting that policy in place before we do put the people out there in the field. And at the same time, I think we can do the education of to the community in terms of this rolling out. I don't recall us doing anything like that for police. I could be wrong, but I don't recall us doing anything like that. So I think people have seen police out there with the body cam, so they're familiar with it. But I believe between that 90-day time, we should be able to educate the community in terms of what we're planning on doing. So I can support it with the notion that you all will have the policies in place before it goes out and the education piece is taking place.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Botel, go ahead.
Thank you. I too can support it, given that you've made a promise now tonight, Mr. Evans, that you're going to have a policy in place. Yes, okay, he's nodding. I'm also more comfortable with the knowledge that a person's private home is not going to be open to the whole world because they've had a code enforcement person come in. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sims, go ahead.
Yes, we would make sure that we follow the statute to the T, and then also follow best practice. The other side of it is, we would look to have our officers shadow code compliance officers from the county to understand how they utilize the device and when is the appropriate venue to utilize the device. It's not the rules as it relates to PD versus code compliance are going to be profoundly different. It's not going to be something that I'm not interested in, and I think anyone is seeing what employees have on their computers or what they're eating for lunch. It's more so to capture some of those instances where, and if you do read the article that's provided, one of the things that the county administrator articulated, it is also for code compliance officer safety, because there is times where there is interactions and then there's a complaint with respect to what the interaction is, and that provides documentation for the code compliance officer as well as the city to be able to look at how the particular situation was handled. So we would emulate the same policies and procedures and obtain the appropriate training so staff is well equipped to be able to handle that should the board desire for us to move forward.
Thank you. So I'm comfortable supporting it. Now, given that we really do need to protect our code compliance officers, they're out there basically on their own. So they need at least something to say, hey, this is what happened. And so I'm supporting it. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that, the reason why I pulled this off the agenda was my biggest concern here is privacy. We have issues where, when you have a police officer that goes out, police officer is a police officer. The expectation is they're going to have it on camera. But my problem with this is the fact that this is an issue of privacy. People have ring cams, people have cell phones, but my particular issue with this is just the issue of privacy for our residents in this city, people coming to their homes with body cams. And that is just something that I am not comfortable with.
Thank you, Pro Tem Lanier. Board members? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
No.
Chairperson Lawson?
No.
That vote passes. Chairperson Lawson with 3-2 with Chair Pro Tem Lanier and Chairperson Lawson dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 3D?
3D Resolution Number 157-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding bid number 1084-23-4 to Charlotte Lighting Design LLC to provide citywide lighting and decoration installation and rental services for an annual amount of $103,806.50 for a 3-year period with 2 one-year renewal options, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment from account number 121101534000, 101301346000. Hold on, Mr. Chair. 1017-1101-534000 and 41131104534000, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, you do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards for item 3D are now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 157-23.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans, thank you.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, if I can have Ms. Tanisha Boynton from our procurement department to answer any questions the board may have with regards to the item that was pulled off of consent.
Welcome, Ms. Boynton.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Chair, Council. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Pro Temp Lanier.
Yeah, the question that I had the same with the, at the agenda review was the amount of $103,000 and it being for the entire city. And you said that the CRA was included in that. And I wanted to know, is the CRA going to reimburse the city for their portion of it? Or how does that work? Is it coming to the CRA? I just wanted to make sure that if this is for the entire city and CRA is included, how is that going to work in terms of the CRA's portion of this cost?
Well, I spoke with Mr. Evans, Scott Evans, that is, and he informed me that because of the amount that this item might not necessarily have to come before the CRA board, due to the fact that they have an authorization, a threshold amount that they're able to approve for. We're looking at $42,093.92, but we also have banners that will be placed throughout the city, and some of those include the CRA locations. So splitting up that cost, because the CRA, I believe, will be utilizing more banners due to the streets and the areas in which they want to cover. It's going to be around $49,424.32 roughly for the CRA. Yes, for the CRA annually.
And so how that works, does the CRA reimburse the city for it?
No, ma'am, that they will be paying for it out of their own budget.
That's what I'm confused about, because you're asking the city for $103,000, but you're saying 49,000 of it is the CRA. How does that work?
Well, I want to apologize. I guess I should have stated it clearer in the cover memo addressing how CRA would be responsible specifically for their portion.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Provide a little bit of clarity. So with respect to the cost that would be incurred by the CRA, that would be by virtue of an item that would come before the CRA board. So whatever decorations that would occur within the CRA district would have a corresponding item that will come before you at your next CRA meeting for the purposes of the holiday decorations within the CRA. There is funds available on the city side, and so there is also corresponding funds on the CRA side. And we, by statute, were to follow the same procurement process, the city and CRA, so it would be an item that would come back before you if it's over the manager's threshold.
Right. I mean, the only problem that I had with this, I don't have a problem with the amount or the purpose of it. The issue I had with it was that this is $103,000, and she's saying 49,000 of it is the CRA, which means that leaves, roughly 50 some odd $1,000. So why would you come with 103? Why would you not come with the 50 something odd thousand and then come from the CRA with the other amount? Because I didn't know how that worked.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Evans, go ahead.
I think that was the purposes of the entire item. In the event that there was no participation from the CRA, we would be able to facilitate it on the city side. But in conversations, have decided to split the cost for holiday decorations, which is pretty standard in what we've done in the past. But that was in the event that we moved forward all the cost incurred by the city for the $103,000.
Okay, I just did not want it to be a situation where it's 103, then it's another additional 49. That was my only concern there.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes,
it's
go ahead.
all inclusive, not to exceed.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Botel, go ahead.
should we insert the phrase "not to exceed"?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Evans, go ahead.
With the specific amount that's articulated in the resolution, that's basically invariably what it does. It doesn't give me the opportunity to effectively exceed that amount. So with that $103,000, that's the amount that it's not to exceed that amount.
So we don't need to
So
say,
you don't need,
it's
it would be,
assumed.
it would be considered redundant.
Sure.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson, go ahead.
Just had a question about the amount, so basically half of it. I'm trying to see where most of these places are not located in the CRA. So where's the 40-some thousand coming from?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Evans, go ahead.
With respect to the holiday decorations, especially at the Marina, it's a more intense deployment of holiday decorations in this area versus throughout the city. We have holiday decorations that are spread out, but there is a larger concentration of items here because of this is actually a node for persons to come during the holiday season. So I think that's why the cost is more expensive in the CRA district.
Okay, well, I'm just looking at the bid tabulation, and for the Marina Village for Scheller, it says 13,000.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Evans, go ahead.
I believe the largest expenditure associated, I'm pulling that up as well. And Mr. Evans, I think I saw Mr. Scott Evans here.
Yeah, he's here.
He can provide some additional perspective. I think also the cost associated with the tree as well.
Good evening. Scott Evans, Planning and Development Director. The CRA has already made arrangements for holiday decorations, so we let the city know that we would participate in this contract in the next year's budget. So the final amount that we agreed to, we would include that in the budget that's brought before you next year at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Wait, how did I answer my question?
Ms.
I
Miller
don't
Anderson,
think
go ahead.
Did I miss something?
Oh.
They didn't answer my question, did
Yeah, Scott, if you can come back for a
it?
second. So the $103,000 is inclusive of the entire city to include the CRA? Not for this year? Okay.
Chair, may I?
Please, Ms. Boyd.
So the City Hall location and the CRA currently have an existing holiday decorating contract with the vendor. That contract is due to expire, I believe, January of 2024. So we included the City Hall location and the CRA locations. That way for 2024 holiday season, they will have a vendor to provide those services during that period for a 3-year period after.
So
So
it's-
Scott is correct. The intentions is that the monies will not be associated or applied for services for the City Hall location and CRA location until next year.
So it's not 40-something thousand?
It will be for next year.
Okay, but for tonight?
For tonight is the CRA and the City Hall location, there's no money associated with it. But moving forward, there will be funds associated with it.
So, Mr. Chair, the $103,000 is this year for the city total cost. Next year is city CRA split costs, correct? Because the contract with the existing vendor on the CRA side is set to expire. Is that correct?
Chair, may I?
Please.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. I'm good now. I'm not really, let's keep going.
Mr. Chair.
Mayor, go ahead.
So is the CRA plan paying anything this year? Or everything is covered by the city? I mean, I think we all kind of
So-
confused right now.
Yeah. So,
Chair,
Mr.
may I?
So, correct me if I'm wrong. The 103,000, that's the city. The CRA has monies set aside and appropriated for holiday decorations within the CRA for this year, but not next year. So,
So the 103 is just city side?
correct. Okay. And there's money set aside, and what's the monies that are set aside, Scott, for this year in the CRA side? Oh, procurement, you have something?
I'm sorry, Chair, may I? I just want to clarify something. There is a little bit of confusion here, and I see what is the cause of the confusion. So in advance, I would like to apologize. I believe that I should have in the cover memo and also probably in this bid tabulation sheet that you have received, separated the city hall as well as the CRA locations to give you a clear understanding of what will be spent for those areas this year and what will be spent going forward next year. So I wish to apologize for that. But with the exception, with that being discussed or brought to that I'm saying right now, I guess, it would be less than that. The actual award amount for this fiscal year would be less than, because we would remove the city hall location, which is almost $20,000, and then the $47,000 that we discussed with as it pertains to the CRA location. So I apologize for that. So it's less this year, but annually moving forward, it will be the 103.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this probably should have stayed on consent, but now that it's off, I'm afraid I got some real concerns. Ms. Boynton and Ms. Evans, what was the idea behind us going with a 3-year period? Is there some economies of scale savings or something?
Chair, may I?
Ms. Boynton, please.
Well, the procurement department is really working on ensuring that we have continuing contracts or term agreements for repeated services. So the idea of this solicitation was to secure a citywide holiday lighting and decorations to establish our annual expenditures for those services.
Okay, Ms. Boynton, but I'm asking why 3 years? Why not 1 year?
Well, the standard at the city is 3 years with renewal, 1 2-year renewal options.
So this is 3-year
Yes,
contract
it's
with
initial
2.
3-year with 2 1-year renewal options.
Okay, thank you for that. That makes sense. However, I think the more we talked about it, I don't understand why the CRA is even involved in this at all. In fact, while this is not really relevant to talk about the CRA's duties, but if we're doing a solicitation on behalf of the CRA, if it's not in the CRA plan, or if it doesn't go towards the reduction of slum and blight, we should not be doing it, period. It's great to have decorations. I'm all for it. But let the city pay for it, because there's really no CRA without a city. And the truth of the matter is, we've talked about, especially during budget time, that we're deviating from our statutory purpose and our CRA plan. If we're going to do it, just let the city pay for it. This is too confusing, because truthfully, the CRA is within the city. And I would like CRA dollars that we're grabbing from the county and that we're paying, that we're getting incremental tax dollars for, to be used for development purposes. Let the decorations be paid for by the city, and let it be that. It's really simple. And I think that's the best way to go, because doing all this allocation and bifurcation just makes it more complicated. And now when I wear the hat as a CRA commissioner, I got to wonder, how does this expenditure help further the statutory purpose of the CRA or the CRA plan?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Stevens, go ahead.
I would agree 100% that it is just cleaner and easier and neater to have it done on the city side and do it within the CRA. I think when we get into the situations where we try to bifurcate and share in those costs, if it's a capital investment that's going to address what statutory charges to reduce slum and blight, absolutely. But certain things like this, the stuff that is the more nice to have versus need to have, it would certainly be my recommendation that it is the $103,000. If, we can help facilitate that to do the decorations within the CRA and just have it done on the city side. And that would be my recommendation for the board to consider moving forward.
Follow up.
Go ahead, Councilman.
So, Mr. Evans, thank you for that. So the way this resolution is written, we should just approve it as is. There doesn't need to be any allocation. We can just allow staff to just take one for the team and charge everything to the city. That CRA thing creates more complications. And then I don't want my CRA to be held to scrutiny by the Joint Legislative Auditing Department to determine whether or not holiday lighting furthers that statutory purpose. So if we just keep it simple, I think it saves procurement, administration, certainly our friend in finance. So let's just get it done. Let's have those holiday lightings. And thank you for bringing that up, Chair Pro Tem. But, I wanted to make sure that we were all encompassing with all faiths and religions. So I did get that assurances. So that's great. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Board members? Madam Clerk, we have public comment cards, please.
Yes, Miss Mary Bram. Mr. Chair, you have two members
Mayor
that are.
Bram, Riviera Beach. For years and years and years, Nora Mahoney, myself, and the other residents in this city here, we have always said it is no decoration. This is about the only little small town city under 40,000 residents that when you ride through this city here, on the lamp post, we do not see any decorations. It's disgraceful. And this is one of the things from over there to over here that we have constantly said. If we're gonna do this as a city, let us do it as a city. I'm totally convoluted here myself, because to have this says 103 some thousand dollars, and then you come to say 49,924 on the CRA side. I am confused, and Ms. Bram does not like to be confused because she reads very well. But we want the city on the city side decorated. The CRA has plenty money. Yes, they do. You got these CDC, CDC boards and all those boards there, and it generates money for blight areas. So what are all that money there? Where is it being utilized at? Let them handle what they need to handle on the CRA side, and let we as a city do the things that we need to do so that when these kids as well as anybody ride or come through our city, they can see too that we have some lighting. Lake Park is a small town city up there. And you ride on Park Avenue and they have lights galore up there. What do we have? Nothing. Except for when we come to the CRA district here, we have the gorgeous trees and all of the lighting fixtures. But what about our entire city? And on this thing here, you said citywide holiday lighting. So that's what we would expect to see, Mr. Evans and board. We will expect to see citywide lighting for once in this city here. For once. Give your residents something here. I know everybody may not believe in Christmas, but the majority do believe in it. And if we can celebrate every other holiday, let us be kind enough to our city to do the same thing. Yes, I will celebrate Kwanzaa because my son-in-law, he's Jewish. I will celebrate the Hindu because I have relatives all everywhere. And we celebrate everything. And they have decorations everywhere within their communities. So let's do the same. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Mrs. Brown. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy, Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, with Councilperson McCoy out.
Let the record reflect that Councilman McCoy and Mayor Felder left the dais at 9:46. Board members, the time is 9:50, and we have to get into our agenda. Mr. Evans, items that are time sensitive that we need to address tonight, and board, what time are we willing to extend to, is the discussion we have to have before 10.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Botel, go ahead.
Could we please hear from Mr. Evans as to which items must be addressed tonight so we can have a determination about how long we have to sit here?
Mr. Evans?
Security. Security.
Chris, what are you doing?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
the items that would be the recommendation of staff is certainly the ordinances. So which would be ordinance 4247, ordinance 42. Oh, the item number?
Yeah.
Item 9A,
Okay.
9B, 9C, and the item concerning, or 9D could be
Right, postponed.
moved.
And the next meeting is November 29th, Mr. Evans?
That is correct.
Thank you. So 9D, we could move to the 29th.
I know the board wanted an item 10A, 11A, 11B.
11A and 11B for what, take off to 29th?
No,
or-
No, leave
to keep on. And 11, or I think that's 12.
So wait,
A.
11C, can 11C go?
11C can be moved.
Okay,
29th?
Let's see.
Mhm.
beach service.
Okay, 29.
And you said discussion item 12, which one, Mr. Evans?
12, well, that 12A can be, that was the item concerning the recovery facilities that we brought back to the board for discussion and deliberation. But we can move that or bring that back for you in first reading, or that would be second reading, correct? If it came back first.
Can we bring back the discussions then, 12A, B, and C for the 29th, if the board is okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bring it back. We ain't gotta discuss it.
We
Bring it back.
can, but that would again make your 29th meeting a lot longer.
It's gonna be
if
long
that-
regardless, so we can bring that back and bring it back as an item for, not discussion, we can just put it on the
Bring it-
agenda.
We can do that.
Sounds like we had this conversation before.
Yeah.
And we said, we know we're gonna be here late. And then we get to the meeting, now we're ready to go, and then we
Well, we're
get
not
to
ready to-
November
we-
29th.
We're not ready to go,
And we're
but
gonna
we
be
know
ready to
that,
go.
we know that the items that we are going to look at are going to be time consuming. So for the lack of caution, we need to make sure that we can get through the items that we're going to leave and talk about. Because one of these items, we can go until 12 o'clock just on that alone. So let's, yeah. All right.
Board members, we, okay with the ones that Mr. Evans identified, Councilman McCoy?
Well, obviously, we have some people here. If they're on agenda items, I would hate to have someone here for 4 hours only to find out they're not going to be heard. So I think if we have folks here, we need to hear those items, and what's not pressing, we need to take to November 29th. And certainly, I think we all agree that the ordinances have to be heard tonight.
So I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Botel?
make a motion that we stay until we finish the items Mr. Evans just outlined and not consider the others until the 29th.
I would rather that.
Second, and then we can go and find out what those are.
Discussion? Councilman McCoy? No? Board members? So the motion was made to identify the items that Mr. Evans said he would like, are time sensitive, and it was seconded.
Right, but I guess if I can, Mr. Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
I was called by Mr. I was called to the back, so I don't know exactly what he outlined, but my question is if there's somebody here for it, because I know certainly we have items that I don't think is going to take much time because they're pretty routine, like 11B. I know we have had great interest and high demand for K1 kart racing, which has went through unanimously through Planning and Zoning Board. And not only that, it is in the industrial area. So I think that's very.
Councilman,
take
hold on.
that
If you
off.
want,
We didn't take
Mr.
that
Evans,
off.
if you can restate the ones that are time sensitive, because I
Yeah.
believe Councilman
that's
McCoy stepped. We acknowledge that one. So we're going to keep that on. So to that point, if you want to restate the ones, Mr. Evans, so Councilman McCoy can be caught up with what are we going to keep on for this meeting.
Okay. Mr. Chair, the ordinances 9A, 9B, 9C, and the item that is 9D can be moved. The board did want to discuss the solicitation as for City Hall as 10A. 11, these are items that it's my recommendation stay 11A or 10A, 11A, 11B, 11C can be moved, and 12A you do have can be moved, but you do have staff that's here and persons that are here concerning that. And 12B can be moved, and 12C can be moved.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, go ahead, Councilman McCoy.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Evans, I do understand that staff and persons here for the discussions, but I really want to get through the ordinances and resolutions. So the discussion items, I would agree, 12A, B, and C, if we can move them. And then the other recommendations that you have for the 29th. Board members, we okay with that? Thank you.
Let's try again.
Can I get a motion to extend? I'm sorry, you already made the motion
the
and it was
motion,
properly seconded to the items that Mr. Evans did state. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel? Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 9A?
Item number 9A, ordinance number 4247, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinance, Chapter 31, zoning from 7920 Riviera Beach Holdings LLC Approving an application ZA-23-0009 to amend parking regulations, section 31-244, in order to amend require off-street parking requirements for an RM-20 high-density multifamily zoning district, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on item 9A are now closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 4247.
Second.
Motion been made, properly seconded. Let the record reflect, Councilwoman Miller Anderson has left the dais at 10 p.m. Madam Clerk,
Second?
There was a second, yes.
yeah, motion
It
been
was
made and
Ms.
properly
Lanier.
seconded. Mr. Sermons, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
So, Mr. Simmons, are we going to get an omnibus presentation on all three items? That probably would be the most efficient at this point.
If it's the pleasure of the board, I can do that.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you're really good, we don't need to hear from the applicant, because I know I've spent probably three or 4 hours talking to the team over the last couple weeks.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Sermons, go ahead. If you can, queue up the presentation with the consolidated presentation, please.
Yes, and I'm sure Mr. Stevens is working on getting that PowerPoint up for 9B and C. But I will go ahead and begin. These three ordinances, it's the other one, Mr. Stevens, the other presentation with 9B in the title. So with this project, there is the applicant who is here has a suite of applications that are proposed to effectuate.
See your email.
It would be in the PowerPoint documents that were emailed. Mr. Chairman.
Please, go ahead. Let the record reflect, Councilwoman Miller Anderson has returned to the dais. Let the record reflect that Dr. Botel has left the dais.
All right, I beg your pardon. The applicant for this project has requested multiple applications to effectuate a residential development on the North Military Trail corridor. Before you are 3 of the 5 total applications that would be necessary to effectuate this project. I will start with the first one, which is a 9A on your agenda, which is a proposed text change for the RM20 zoning district. In the paper that was passed out to you, you can see the language that is being proposed. Essentially, the RM20 zoning district contemplated high-rise structures with parking structures under them to allow for dense development on small parcels. The applicant is requesting this amendment to allow high-density developments on larger parcels of land where all of the parking is not always under parking structures. They have more than 5 acres, and they're suggesting that with this amendment, there could be more surface parking for these types of developments as opposed to a high percentage of it being required to be in a parking structure. So that is the first of the ordinances that they are proposing. This text amendment has been reviewed by staff with the applicant, and we are in support of it to allow for more options for developers in the RM20 zoning district. The second of their requests is a land use change. The header is on the screen, and I won't go through that one. The second ordinance that they've requested is a zone change map application request. Both needed to move the project forward. But to back up and give you some visuals, the properties in question are located in the northwest corner of the city off of Military Trail, north of Leo Lane. On the image on the screen now, there's a closer view of the properties of which the applicant has control, and you can see the acreage that they have in red that they are proposing this development within.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Simmons, back to that slide for one moment. Is that your slide or is that the applicant's slide?
I am not 100% of the originator of the image on here. We go through a lot of documents with
All right,
us
just curious.
and the
Thank you.
applicant.
Thank you.
The proposed development involves a request for a land use amendment, rezoning, site plan, replat, and the text amendment, of course, to construct a multifamily development. The desire is to develop a high density product in these parcels, so I won't read through all of the details. However, the existing conditions are a largely vacant parcels with some vacant buildings. The parcel IDs are identified in your backup. The lot size is approximately 15.77 acres. The current zoning is commercial general, as well as the RML 12 zoning district. For future land use, the current designation is commercial with up to 15 dwelling units per acre. Before you now is an image of the existing future land use designations of the properties in question. The properties that the applicant has control of are outlined in red, and this was more visible on a desktop computer, so I apologize for the difficulties there. The proposed rezoning are shown here on the city's future land use map. RM20 is designated in brown, so this is what the future land use map would look like if this ordinance is approved. As far as zoning, again, the same area in question highlighted in red are the parcels in control of the applicant. RML 20 existing zoning and commercial along Military Trail. The proposed rezoning would change it to RM20 in this lighter yellow color. This project has been reviewed by multiple city departments as well as outside agencies. And we have reviewed the future land use and zone change requests against the standards of review. This project and this hearing has been properly noticed according to state and city regulations. The applicant, as they were encouraged to do by city staff, did meet with the community members in the area, and there were some representatives from at least one of the HOAs in the area and some other property owners that came and had dialogue with the applicant, and they did make some updates to their plans based on those conversations. And that would conclude the information from staff, and we are in support and recommendation of approval of these items.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment cards?
No, sir, we do not.
Thank you. Board members?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Simmons, I'm going to ask you a question regarding the zoning. Currently, the zoning is commercial. A portion of it is commercial, and the other portion is low-density multifamily dwelling, RML 12.
That's correct.
And the applicant is proposing to go into RM20.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So specifically, RM12, which represents low-density, multiple family dwelling district, that is considered already a residential district, correct?
RML 12, yes, it is.
Okay, and the commercial district is just that. So I'm considering RM20. It's really not a huge deviation from 12 units that was already per acre up to 20 is not a significant deviation. Would you, I mean, what would you think on that?
I would say it is based on our density striations in the future land use, it is a significant change. We're going from low density past medium density to high density. But it is debatable that in today's housing industry, that in some places that would not be considered very high.
So what is medium density for zoning? How many units is that?
15 units per acre.
Okay. But that's very interesting because I'm looking at the future land use map and it identifies that currently the future land use is classified as medium density multifamily residential. And the reason I'm asking these questions is because considering on Military Trail, if you already have a commercial designation of a zoning district or a zoning map, utilizing Live Local will allow you to go much larger than 20 units per acre. And I would venture to say, right, if we're at a low density multifamily dwelling district, I don't know exactly which parcels it was, but I mean, considering a project of Live Local, you could be much higher than this, correct? On a commercial adjustment, because I mean, if commercial can be converted to residential without any regard to density or height, it can go well above 20 units per acre.
No, the act would afford the highest density allowed in that locality's zoning code, which for us is RM20. So Live Local would not give them additional density than this district because this is our highest density district.
But we do offer already additional densities for MEHOP and other bonuses.
With MEHOP, you can get up to 20 units per acre in the most dense districts in RM20.
Right, but doesn't the bonus provide you with more?
No, actually, without the bonus, you can get up to 17 units per acre. If you participate in MEHOP, you can get 20 units per acre.
Okay, got you. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Board members?
I have a couple of questions. Is the applicant here?
Yes, they are present and they are ready and willing to present if this is the desire of the board.
No, I just need to ask a couple of questions. I don't need a presentation. I wanted to ask, because the majority of these are considered to be market rate housing, was there any consideration for a workforce and affordable housing in this project?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Good evening, Dwayne Dickerson on behalf of the applicant. I'm an attorney with the law firm Dene Miskell and Backman, offices at 14 Southeast 4th Street in Boca Raton, Florida. We did, as you all know, we've been at this for about 2 years and we have looked at several options for this project. At one point, it was all rentals. And then in working with your some direction from your staff and I believe from the dais, we did modify that to add a for sale component of this development. We also are both participating in the Minority Employment Participation Plan, and we are participating in adding a contribution to your Affordable Housing Fund. So while it will be a market rate project, we are working with your staff to accommodate a contribution to the Housing Trust Fund of the city. So we think that serves the purpose of both providing a high quality product and also still supporting your affordable housing initiatives.
Okay, so no. Also, how long are your plans of keeping this property before selling? Is there any conversation about, because I know often developers, have come to the city, they make these developments, which is fine, and they sell them, which is fine. I'm just trying to get an idea of how long that will be, because we have to look at long-term issues when it comes to that property, because it's a huge property. There's going to be some issue in regards to the infrastructure for police, especially fire, utilities, and that kind of thing. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out how that works.
Sure. Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Thank you. So the total number of dwelling units is 315 dwelling units. 60 of those units are townhouse units, and they will be for sale. So those will be sold as part of the process of allowing that component. And then 255 of the units will be multifamily units, and those will be market rate units. I'm not aware of any plan right now to sell the rental product. So, we plan on building a high quality product that we can stand behind.
Right. So I just really want you guys to think about, that 315 plus 60 units, the effect of the city's infrastructure in that whole scheme of things, because there is going to be the issue with the fire station that's right near that development. And then two, the last one is, what are your plans for like long-term, if you turn it over, landscaping, and there's an issue with that median right there in the front that looks like somewhere in a, just all weeds. Is there any consideration for ensuring that when you do these units, that the landscaping is commiserable to the property that you're putting there?
Yes, absolutely. As your staff stated, we're not asking for any reductions in any variances for this product. So we anticipate meeting or exceeding all of your code requirements, including landscaping and other things. And as an example, we are building our own private lift station on the site, which is upsizing the sewer line along Leo Lane. So what that does is, this project would normally connect to the city's lift station system and take demand and capacity from the city's system. But because we are building our own lift station, we are able to free up that capacity that the city can have for future projects. So, so to your point, we are looking at now, and we are looking at the future, and we are working with the city to make sure that this project is a 100% asset to the city and not a burden. And that lift station is an example of how we're able to do that and free up some space for the city for future developments.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Patel, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask this question tonight. I'm going to ask you to think about it for the second reading. When you come back to us, will you speak to us about workforce development and how you're going to perhaps work with our local technical school to take on apprentices, pre-apprentice programs, apprentices, and how you'll work with our economic development manager, to be sure that you're participating in the kinds of things we want to see here, such that our people get jobs, construction jobs, particularly out of this project. And don't answer me tonight, please.
Board members, additional comments? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. 9B?
Mr. Chair, let me just ask
Pro Tem, go ahead.
Mr. Summers, you don't have to answer tonight, but what that contribution is in terms of our affordable housing piece. Okay.
It's number 42.
9B, Mr. Sermons? Or I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, 9B?
Ordinance number 4248, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving application number LU-22-0001 from 7920 Riviera Beach Holdings, LLC, applicant for a small-scale future land use FLU map amendment to the City of Riviera Beach's comprehensive plan, changing a land use designation of commercial and a land use designation of medium density multiple family residential MF-15 up to 15 dwelling units per acre to a land use designation of high density residential MF-20 up to 20 dwellings units per acre on approximately 15.77 acres of real property, providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on item 9B are now closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 4248.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening again, Mr. Chair. Staff's previous presentation was inclusive of this item, and there is no additional presentation at this time.
Thank you. Board members? Madam Clerk, any public comment?
No, sir.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
Thank you. 9C?
Ordinance number 4249, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving applicant number ZA-22-0001 from 7920 Riviera Beach Holdings LLC applicant for a zoning map amendment from a commercial district designation and a low-density multifamily dwelling district, RML-12, to a high-density multiple family dwelling district, RM-20, on approximately 15.77 acres of real property, providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 4249.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services to make this presentation.
Thank you. Staff has no additional presentation for this item.
Board members? Madam Clerk, public comment?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Mel Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 9D has been tabled until November 29th meeting. 10A?
10A, Mr. Chair, is a discussion on RFQ 1070-23-1.
Thank you. Discussion. Councilman McCoy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I brought this item to the board's attention because I wanted to talk about it. I was very surprised to learn that administration, let me clarify that, administration, specifically Ms. Boynton, who penned the letter, decided to terminate negotiations. To that point, I went back to our April meeting, April 19th, 2023 meeting, and I think the manager gave a legal opinion on it and also administration's perspective on it. I'm just really curious on a number of things. This really bothered me about this. So certainly, even so much so, I went and pulled up the minutes from that meeting, and we did have an extensive conversation about this. And I said to the members and also to administration, if we're going to have a discussion on City Hall, I certainly want to be a part of the conversation. And, you know, to my surprise, I know there was a meeting that I had scheduled that I abruptly left early, and I imagine that probably would have been the opportunity for the manager to bring that there was some significant changes. And when I say I had a meeting, I had a personal meeting with the manager, the economic development director, and some others. But I'm really concerned because this is exactly what I cautioned everyone on the city council on April 19th. And not to pull a I told you so moment, but I went back to the minutes and I said specifically, at what point does the body get to decide or have a seat at the table on what happens with City Hall? And if you look back at the resolution from April 19th, 2023, the resolution plainly stated that this council shall authorize the city manager to commence negotiations with OHL. And that's what the extent of the resolution stated. There was no other expectations on the ability to terminate. There was no authority granted to deviate, but the expectation was to bring back whatever that negotiations yielded to the board for us to be able to have some deliberative discussions on it. Even further, I went back to the original solicitation, which was issued in October of 2022. And that solicitation specifically says the city council desires to construct a city hall facility. And I searched that document very thoroughly to find out at what point does there a difference or delineation between the city council making this decision or city administration unilaterally, meaning unilaterally without even the board having input on it, decide to terminate negotiations. And it was very insistent by the manager because he specifically said that we're going to go through the negotiation process and we're going to ensure that we comply with both the statute and the code. And specifically, the manager said back to us, and I have the minutes here, and it's quite voluminous, but I did spend time saying it, that there will be updates provided to the board. And members, I'm really disappointed to find out from the community that we've just lost nearly 2 years of building a city hall. And let me tell you what I mean by 2 years, because I know this is probably going to get taken out of context. But January 5th, 2021, the city of Riviera Beach issued a RFP, or RFQ, I should say, for public-private partnership advisors. And we picked up 4 advisors based off of that. And those advisors were to set forth our development efforts, including City Hall. And we went forth and selected those advisors, and those advisors being, I'll give you the names of them. The names of them were Avison Young, JLL, Lambert Advisories, and PFM Consultants. And that was a continuing services contract. So to my surprise, I had the belief that Avison Young, who's indicated in the RFP for City Hall, was a part of the negotiations and discussions process. But I don't know where that broke down at, because, you know, we've been meeting quite a bit, members. The summer was very intensive for us, meeting almost weekly and including some Saturday sessions. But at no point did I know that there was a problem with the City Hall RFP until I heard it from outside the agency. And particularly, this is a real serious problem. And I'll tell you, because when I read the solicitation, and if you are detailed enough to go back and read this, the solicitation begins in its scope by saying time is of the essence. And when we authorized, I should say, staff to go and negotiate with OHL, that was April 19th of 2023. Nearly 2 months had passed before anyone from the city made contact with the developer. And I was provided a timeline, and I could not believe what I seen. I don't know how we can set forth a process that says time is of the essence, and we literally take an entire 2 months before we even make contact or acknowledge receipt of emails that was sent. And this is bigger than any other development project that we've done. And I'm trying to find out at what point did this communication break down. In fact, if you look at the solicitation, there was a number of different problems with the solicitation that I've noticed. Number one, Eric Swanson was listed as a contact person who is a part of Avison Young, and also Bill Sutton. And we know Bill Sutton is no longer operating in our procurement manager role. However, at no point were we made aware of this. Not only that, the other issue is that I see is administration does not have the authority to terminate negotiation, especially being that there was not even a conversation and we don't even know what was proffered at negotiations. And the problem with this is this, members. We've been down this road since 2019, and Councilwoman Miller Anderson a little bit longer, and Councilwoman Botel a little bit longer. But I can tell you, every solicitation that I have read in this organization, there has been a problem with. Every single one. Everyone from the very first one when we got our feet wet with CPA advisory, CPA audit services, that was a huge issue. I mean, then going from, I believe the next one was security guard services. You know, we've had the only one that I think that is at this point that has not been under some sort of protest or major issues with, and I'm going to cross my fingers and pray that we don't have any issues with our water treatment plant. But seriously, there has been a number of issues. And I brought this up to the city attorney just this afternoon, so I wouldn't be surprised if she can't give me all of her perspective on this. But specifically, nowhere in the solicitation nor in the resolution authorized the city manager to terminate negotiation unilaterally without coming to the board. And I guess if I'm mischaracterizing this, Ms. Nguyen, please clarify. I guess administration's position that they are permitted to do it because commencing negotiation, I guess, will more or less imply that you can terminate negotiations. But the problem I have with that is this. I found several other solicitations that this organization has sent and completed, and well, let me say sent out and then canceled. And specifically, the language is very clear in the solicitation that the city manager can terminate or cancel this solicitation. That was not true in the case of the City Hall solicitation. And the reason why that's so troubling is because I don't want to find out from people in the community that, hey, I'm still at a standstill because I've not heard anything from your team in over 2 months. But that seems to go against the very first preface of our solicitation that time is of the essence. Now, what we're being asked to approve tonight, I think is going to be a problem altogether. And here's why. Our next item up on the agenda is 11A, and this is to approve an agreement with CBRE, Inc. for tenant broker and real estate consulting services, which ironically, if you look at their backup and you receive the emails just over the last 24 hours, is essentially the same thing that Avison Young has done. But the problem with that is this. When I looked at the original resolution from 2021 that authorized to go and get all of these consultants, CBRE was not one of them. So specifically looking at the staff report that was issued back in 2021 for that April 21st meeting, it specifically says staff relied upon the procurement code to acquire 4 consultants, JLL, Avison Young, Lambert Advisories, and PFM Consultants. So I don't know at what point did Avison Young not deliver for the administration, but certainly they went through a procurement process. Now, here late in the game, us not having any kind of negotiations going on, staff is attempting at this point to substitute, not only did they unilaterally throw out OHL, but they're attempting to substitute CBRE in and completely outside of the procurement code, because staff did defend and justify in 2021 that our procurement code dictates that this is the solicitation process. So I'm very much confused because this is very clear. Whereas in accordance with the provisions of the city procurement ordinance number 16.5, staff solicited and requested for qualifications for various public-private partnership advisory services for the selection committee, and the selection committee qualified 6 firms as a pool of vendors for public-private partnership advisory services, and CBRE wasn't one of them. So I'm just concerned, and I want the board to have a discussion, and I'm expecting that in this public meeting, we can figure out how and what's our role, because certainly if staff had the intention to come to this board in April of 2023 and say, we need your direction to start negotiations seemingly from a practical purposes, you would think that that same activity needs to occur in order to cancel or terminate negotiation. And even if they would make the argument that we did need city council approval, at what point does city council or I get to exchange with my colleagues about the progress that has been made on OHL? Because we spent a voluminous amount of time doing this. And I think in 2 months, this will be 2 years since we've started this P3 process of determining how we're building our facilities. So my first question is, I want to know how this fell apart and how we were not made apprised of it, as you indicated, Mr. Jonathan Evans, in the April 19, 2023 agreement, in the April 19, 2023 minutes that said that the board will be made aware of this throughout the process. And I think the very first notification that I found out about there being a problem from administration was probably about 13 days ago. And that's my first question. The second question is, I don't know that CBRE has been properly solicited, considering the work they're doing has already been previously solicited in an earlier contract. And lastly, if it is the desire of the city administration to bring forth an explanation to justify this, does that preclude this city council from taking action to enter back into negotiation with OHL? I know that's a lot, members.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Evans, do you want to opine on any of those questions?
Mr. Chair, if I can have staff from procurement, both the deputy city manager and the procurement specialist to come to the table. I do want to provide some information to the board, and I did just send you an email because we too do have a timeline with respect to conversations and meetings that occurred, and I did provide that to the board. We did meet with board members individually to share with them what was occurring with regards to the discussions with OHLA infrastructure. And we worked with them and attempted to work with them to obtain information that we thought was germane to facilitating bona fide negotiations with that particular firm. And you can see when you do receive the document, some correspondence that occurred with respect to that. We wanted to advance the item to the board, and our intent was to bring this item to the board for some type of legislative action at your November 1st meeting. And unfortunately, we were not able to effectively get there. And that's why we have provided notification that effectively cancels the solicitation. With respect to the consulting services, CBRE is provided for in the state contract, so there was a competitive process. The companies that were referenced in the solicitation that the city did, Avison Young, we moved away from Avison Young, and the expenditure associated with that entire City Hall solicitation to date has been about $14,000. And if anyone knows how expensive these particular processes are, especially when you look at the Marina Village costs, it is significant when a contractor consulting is working with respect to helping to move the needle forward. Lamberton Association is already working on a solicitation for the city concerning 2600 Broadway. PFM is our financial advisors, and we utilize them quite often, and JLL is being utilized on the Marina Village project. And so CBRE was brought to the table for the perspective that they bring a lot of depth and bandwidth to help us craft a solicitation that can meet the collective needs of the board. But the board was the first to know. We did have individual conversations with board members about what was occurring in great detail. And so with respect to staff's responsibilities and what staff can and can't do, it is called out in the procurement code. And there have been multiple situations where, especially I think, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, the solid waste solicitation was a solicitation that was canceled and reissued and didn't require any board notification. When the issue was brought forward from City Council person McCoy, we did also have Bryant Miller and Olive, our legal consultants with respect to a P3, take a look at the solicitation, take a look at that very same meeting, and then take a look at our procurement code to see if we were in compliance with regards to the process that we undertook to ensure that we were following both the spirit as well as the intent of the code and the statutes that talk about procurement. So with regards to that, I do want to provide an opportunity, Mr. Chair, if the board would indulge both legal and procurement to provide additional commentary with respect to the question at hand.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
McCoy raised is really a
We
legal
can't hear you,
question.
Ms.
So
Right,
I
could you
think,
use the mic?
I said, I think Mr. McCoy's question was a legal question. So I
You
think
gotta
legal
come
to
closer, Mr.
start.
McBride. We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just come closer
What?
to the mic.
What are the questions you would have about procurement precisely? Could
Okay,
you
so
state them over?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Councilman, go
So
ahead. Thank you.
I guess we can first address the timeline since the manager just provided us with a document relative to the timeline, and I'm not
Okay.
exactly sure how that.
Their timeline, I'm not familiar with that document.
Okay, so well, neither am I. I just got it like a minute ago, so that's what I was hoping that somebody can give some insights because I got a timeline.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, and Mr. Bailey and both Ms. Maxfield, if you both can certainly join us to speak on the summation as it relates to the timeline, because we did just provide you the timeline. Staff has been working with regards to trying to put that together, but the timeline depicts chronologically the correspondence and the discussion that occurred electronically, as well as depicts the actual meetings that occurred with respect to the City Hall solicitations with the representatives from OHL Infrastructure. And so we can answer any questions that the board may have, but it does go and share the actual correspondence and the emails based on their actual full account of what occurred. Mr. Bailey or Ms. Maxfield, any additional comments with respect to that?
Good evening, Sarah Maxfield, Economic and Business Development Manager. The document that you've been provided is a compilation of the emails in anticipation for this discussion. And I believe
Wait, Mr. Chair, excuse me. Did you say but why? See, this is what I don't understand. Did you just say in contemplation for this discussion?
When you asked the questions
But
at
if
the
you
meeting,
guys had this information, why are we getting it right now in the middle of the meeting? Like, that's exactly the issue that I'm saying. Like, why is everything such a sneak attack around here? Like, you guys had these emails, you had a 62-page document. We're already 20 minutes to 11, and it's like, come on, I'm asking in good faith. We're on the same team here. Like, what is going on?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
So in the spirit of transparency, we too heard that there was a timeline that was circulating out there that no one communicated to us that there in fact was a timeline. And so we didn't know if there was going to be a discussion and the item was added to the agenda this evening. So staff had prepared this preemptively with the intent that if the conversation comes up, we can share this with the board, but we were not going to share it if there was no need to share that particular information because we did not think it was appropriate to get into the finite detail and the specificity that's provided for in this email, because we did brief the board individually with respect to the nature of the conversations and the discussions that had. That's why the board did not get that information in advance, because we were just preemptively holding that information in the event that we did have to share that information.
Councilman McCoy, did those answer the questions? I know that you had some additional ones.
Sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Maxfield was.
if I may, Chair.
Please.
Interactions began shortly after the meeting in April. There's emails from the procurement director at the time, beginning on April 26th, back and forth about the resolution and making that information available. Mr. Bailey contacted them right shortly after on May 4th and started the discussions with the organization. So there was not a 2-month lapse. It began immediately. And when I came on board in late May, I joined. And so there was constant communication and requests going back and forth. I don't think there was any time period that I can recall that the city didn't respond for any length of time. And I think that's outlined specifically in the document that was just shared with you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
I would like for the
I'm sorry,
board
Mayor, go ahead.
to have both timelines and give us an opportunity to look, because there's two different stories, number one. I got the same information that it was like a 7-week layoff because Attorney Nguyen was out for those weeks. I'm more concerned about this. When we make assumptions, I want a preference to this. Mr. Evans was fired because somebody used a term, right? Misfeasance. It's going on in this company that there was non-responsive. This is $1 billion company. And their name and their reputation means everything to them. If we said we just didn't agree with the terms or whatever, but it's going out that there was non-responsive, that's what I'm concerned about. Because this company is not just going to sit back and just take that. So I would like for the board to have an opportunity to see both timelines, give us an opportunity to have a discussion and see what happened, because somewhere it fell apart. We're getting all of these stories. I know on our end, we had about 4 different staff members handling this project. And so, with all due, I hope the board will indulge and say, listen, let's get both timelines, give both sides, give us an opportunity to look at both, and come back with a real discussion about this. What needs to happen? Because this is what I'm afraid of. This goes out to the development world, right? This is what we're talking about, Riviera Beach. So why would I spend my money to go back out when this what happens? We've been on this for 2 years. I'm concerned about who and did we have the right people even negotiating this? Not no knock on Mr. Bailey, no knock on, but who negotiated or the people that negotiate this project, like, have they done this before? But what I don't want to happen is where we're putting somebody out and we're not taking a responsibility, right? I mean, I think maybe both sides have a responsibility, but I want to hear what was our responsibility. And if it was times that we did not respond, it was a time, because negotiations is just negotiations. I agree with Councilman McCoy. I mean, through negotiations, I thought it would come back to the council. I think all of us kind of heard, I didn't hear in the meeting, I was told later, oh, I even met with you guys, right? And you say it was, they're kind of been unresponsive, this and that. Well, I'm getting another timeline from them. And I think this project is more important, or is as important than any project that we've done yet. Nothing like this has been done in the past 50 years. This board is charged with bringing this to fruition. And I don't think they have the best opportunity to make the decision. And I don't want to use the word cover up, but I'm very concerned right now because it did not come back before the board to make a decision. Or to be in it. I know this company said one thing: we need to talk to your board. We need to get with the board. We want to know what the board wants. And this is the board that legacy. This is legacy stuff for this board. And I think every aspect of it should come back to the board. I really do. And I'm more concerned about what's going to go out right now, because we use the word unresponsive. How does that hurt the city? I think we really need to take a look at that. The easiest thing to do is put it back out. The right thing to do is let's get to the bottom line, and let's not put something out there and try, because that can actually ruin somebody's reputation. And if you look this company up, I mean, they've done way larger work than what we can even experience. And so let's pump the brakes, be real, find out where the miscommunication went, because the thing about it is, if we don't find that out, then we can make the same mistake because we don't know what's happening. But I hope that when we go into these negotiations, we have the right people at the table. Not saying the engineer's not a good guy, but has he done this type of work before? this size project? Or who's ever been, who's in negotiations? Have they ever did this type of work? Council just brought up something. We had other people that we didn't call that was legal there. I have a lot of questions. I told Mr. Evans today, I called him and says, I'm just not the blindside you, but I'm not happy because I got another story that I need to sit down and look at because I took you guys' word. I took you guys' word. And so if I'm hearing something else that's not lined up with what you're saying, I want to find out. And if it's on our side, I want to be able to admit to say we were wrong and tell this company, you know what, we were wrong. Because I'm not going to cover up. That's one thing. One thing they'll tell you, if it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And that's what I'm going to stand. But I don't think we should just let this go by like this because I equated to Mr. Evans when that board labeled him, it could have ruined his career. And it's just like this, we're sending the label out on a company. I mean, they're big enough that it won't ruin, but it's not right. And so I'm asking this board to look at and to ask, and that's maybe bring us back to a discussion, ask OLHLA to send you guys their timeline, and let's have a discussion so we don't end back up at this place again.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman?
Yes, I know there's probably a lot that needs to be said, and I'm just going to throw this in there real quick, but I think we need to bifurcate the issues. At this point, Mr. Mayor, I understand where you're coming from, and I will certainly want the input of the other board members, but I will share with you the conversations, and this is verbatim from the transcript, and Ms. McBride was having the discussion, and I asked the question, and I mean, I don't know if this could be any clearer or any textbook. McCoy says, what are you presenting here? Were you talking about these phases? Nobody ever indicated. I think Mr. Evans did respond correctly. Like, I want to be able to have a seat at the table on what's going to happen here. But don't tell me I got to wait till we go through phase 1 of City Hall and then we do the parks aspects and then the aquatics aspects. And let me know when I'm allowed to be or do what I'm elected to do. Ms. McBride responded and said, okay. There was some more discussions from the chairperson. Then Mr. Jonathan Evans comes on, City Manager Evans comes on and says, one of the things that I think the board would appreciate, I don't want this to be a prolonged process. I don't want to facilitate a situation where we go through multiple iterations of, documents or what have you. So I would request, as through this process, we really lean on the private sector developer to help us expedite the process. The project is moving forward because the longer we wait, the longer it delays. The longer, the unlikely ability for us to deliver on the project because the sheer cost, and we don't know what the economic conditions are. Our facilities cannot sit and linger any longer, and I think this board is acutely aware of that. And so our intent, if you had the opportunity to look at the proposal and see the bandwidth associated with these firms, they have the assets and the resources that we as a community can push on to facilitate getting shovels in the ground quicker. The mayor and I had conversation, and we're trying to do the best. He wants to put a shovel in the ground in City Hall faster than Marina Phase 2. And we want to move this quickly to be able to exceed the board's expectation. But this is the first step in the process. And I assure the board that we will do everything in our power to make sure you have a seat at the table and we can map out a timeline where we could facilitate that conversation and get a good understanding of what the firm can deliver and what their vision is and what your vision is, so we're not going in opposite paths. Because if they don't know where you guys are, they're going to take the interpretation from staff. And what we don't want here is to have multiple iterations like we did with the marina. I don't know if this was this is exactly what just happened, Mr. Jonathan Evans. And I'm saying this respectfully and professionally and very directly. I mean, what else could we have done? I mean, where do we go from here?
So Mr. Chair, if I may,
Ms. Evans, go ahead.
With the presumption that it is always seemingly staff's fault, I do want to provide some additional backdrop with respect to this. If you read the correspondence that was provided, you can see that staff's intention in the negotiations was merely to bring an ENA or an agreement that says these are the timelines, these are the things that we want to accomplish. We didn't even get into any deal terms or anything with regards to that. We were looking to let's agree on the timeline and the responsibilities and the deliverables so we can get this before the board. We could have continued in this limbo for a significant amount of time. And you'll see in the correspondence that we said we wanted to bring this before the board for action at your November 1st meeting. So our intent, we didn't get into the specificities of the projects and the initiatives and what have you. We were looking, same way like Marina Village, we were getting into an agreement to agree. We worked with Bryant Miller and Olive as it relates to going back and forth with legal counsel to look at the documents. We had correspondence with them. And if you can look at the documents in and of itself and the correspondence, it shows that staff was working and attempting to work with this particular agency. We just didn't want, we could have held this out for another 3 or 4 months, but at some point, the question and the comments are going to come back. Why is this taking so long? And then obviously there's cone of silence. There's information that we can't share. And so we were working diligently to try to bring this to some type of conclusion. And so, and one of the things I do want to inform the board, it was me that in conversations about the solicitation with the former procurement director, it was that we only got one submission and it was deemed responsive and responsible. And it was intended that staff wanted to push it out because we didn't have competition. And I was the one that said, we only need one to dance. We only need one partner, and brought it before the board. So I can tell you that nobody wanted to see this move forward on the staff side in a success more than when I'm the one that said it needs to go. And we need to tell the board, yes, we're not going to go back out for a solicitation because this company has the skill set and the bandwidth to be able to deliver the project. And so, you can speak to the attorney. You have a memorandum that speaks to what the code calls for, what the code allows for, where the duties and responsibilities with the manager start and stop, as well as the procurement director. And there is a situation where those responsibilities are bifurcated, and the board's responsibilities are bifurcated for the reasons of the procurement process. And so, if you read the correspondence, you will see that staff did what they could to try to advance the ball so the board can act.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I am looking at the timeline, and I do see that there was some preliminary conversations about, hey, when can we meet to discuss and that sort of thing. But what is most notable in what you sent, and I haven't had the time to go through this with the fine tooth comb, but certainly if we approve this in April 19th of 2023, the first initial draft was sent to the developer 2 months later by Mr. Bailey. And I'm saying to myself, is time really of the essence? Who created this initial agreement? Was this not already contemplated? We've been talking about this since January of 2021 when we first brought on Avison Young. And that begs the question, Avison Young is listed as a contact person in solicitation. At what point did they cut out? At what point were they no longer a part of this conversation?
So I will, Mr. Bailey, if you can speak to the situation with regards to the agreement and the review of the agreement, and I can speak on the Avison Young.
Yes, sir. If you look at the documents that are provided, you'll see that Mr. Sutton reached out to them on April 26th and provided them an executed copy of Resolution 50-23.
Excuse me, Mr. Bailey, the documents provided, which one are we talking about?
I believe the one that Mr. Evans emailed out with the timeline.
I'm trying to get back to my email. When was that sent?
Just now, just prior to the conversation, Mr. Chair.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll just take your word. Go ahead, Mr. Bailey.
So then on April 4th, I personally reached out to Jim Alt to begin conversations and set up the first meeting. You'll see in that communique that city staff transferred almost a gig of documents in preparation for the solicitation for their use and preparation. We had a meeting with the team on May 16th. The agenda for that meeting is in your backup, and in that meeting, we laid out what the document would be in the initial agreement, the general bones of that initial agreement, the deliverables that are anticipated, and the timeline on what it would take to get OHLA, the vendor, back in front of council. At that meeting, it was clearly communicated that that is our priority. The balance of the 60 pages is staff's attempt to get that vendor to deliver on the commitment set out in the very first meeting, less than a month after this board allowed us to initiate conversation. So that's sort of the short version of these 60 pages, but there are multiple emails just trying to get
Mr. Bailey,
deliverables.
Mr. Bailey, I'm sorry, and Councilman, all due respect, I think that the concern is that I just received this memo about 20 minutes ago. OHLA, I haven't seen, and allegedly there's a timeline or something that's floating around. I haven't seen that either as to their expectations. So I don't want to just go into the direction of just staff giving the one-sided approach as to what was supposed to happen. I think the biggest concern we have tonight is there's a problem. And as the mayor stated, that the problem is that somebody dropped the ball, and either way, we just don't want to be here again. We do have this firm that is that was brought in, and Councilman McCoy's other point was that we did do a solicitation a few years ago for the same services. So there's a bigger issue that it's going to be difficult for us to get through all of the items tonight, especially with me just receiving this, and I can't keep up because I haven't even had a chance to review it, nor do I have the other timeline or the opportunity to have a conversation with OHL. I think in all fairness to the entire board, we have to decide how do we proceed with this type of discussion, because I don't think we're going to have a transparent, honest discussion with all the information tonight. So before we continue, and I don't want to get into a finger pointing or belittlement of anyone, because the direction and the goal for everyone involved is to just get our projects completed. So to get to that level, let's figure out how do we move forward with this, whether it's having this discussion with this firm tonight or at a later date, if we have another conversation with OHL and what we're going to do about revisiting that. Let's decide on the direction first, because we don't have all the information right now.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Botel.
has OHLA made a complaint about the fact that they were rejected? It appears that some of my colleagues have actually had conversations with representatives from OHLA. I have not. I wonder have they expressed a desire to continue to work with the city after having received your letter terminating them?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans.
In our last communications with OHLA, when we imposed the deadline to respond and provide us with a remark to our exclusive negotiation agreement, I'm going here into the correspondence. There was a letter that imposed a deadline for Thursday, October 12th, for them to submit the document back to us for the purposes of attempting to get it on the agenda for November 1st. They did send back a correspondence. Ms. Maxfield responded to them. Then I believe they responded back again. And then I provided an additional response and and requested some information that we needed for the purposes of bringing it before you all for consideration. They did not respond after my last response. And we were hopeful that maybe the weekend or there was something. And so we did not hear from them. And then the notification with regards to cancellation did not go out till sometime well after that, after the imposed deadline of Thursday, with the hope that they said we needed additional time or we were working on these types of things. And so we have not heard from them since, and they have not talked to me. They haven't spoken to anyone on the team. We have not received any correspondence.
They're speaking of somebody, because there's an objection on the part of at least one or maybe more of my colleagues that that they've heard from this company and the company's not happy with the fact? I mean, this company has not communicated with you that they're
Well, They communicated with me. I'm not in the cone, but I think after the termination letter went out, any board member can talk with them. Their concern is it was told that it's terminated because they're unresponsive. That's what they have a problem with, right? Because they have a timeline also. And so just as well as we have a timeline, what I'm hearing, their timeline sounds a little different than ours, right? What I do know is if you do your research, they do this kind of work. It was already a complex RFQ, right? You had 3 phases in there. That's why you didn't have many participants to put in for it. So they're well equipped to do it, but I think it needed to be time. It needed to be negotiated. And I think that's what they were saying. It's a negotiation. This isn't something that we can just do in 2 days. I do want to ask a question because one of the timelines, they didn't get a contract till 2 months later. So if they got a contract 2 months later, I want to see if our timeline states that.
That's what I just read.
Right.
That's exactly what it
So this is what I'm saying. It's 2 different. And so I just think we need to look at both and come up, just take the time to do it because this is the only company that went for it, that knew that they can do it, although it was a complex RFQ because they had the banking side, they had the development side. But I think we all wanted shovels in the dirt to Mrs. Evans, and I did. I mean, I said it, but I think it's more complex and it needed more time for negotiation to happen. And we could not rush it because it just wasn't City Hall. Remember, it was housing and it was a sports complex. Now, the one thing they did say, if they did come up to the table, they want a resume of who's going to negotiate, which, they're questioning our side right now because this is something that they do. And I just want to make sure, listen, if we don't go with them, fine, but let's clear the air and let's look at, because I think that word that's going out on them is they're unresponsive is what they're having a problem with.
And I guess, Mayor, in all fairness to city staff, the telephone games or the peanut gallery outside that's commenting to the firm and that's, passing messages beyond the official communication, I just had to go pull it up from the 20th, is simply states the inability of the city and the organization to finalize an agreement for presentation to City Council. And it's in the best cause and best interest of the city to terminate negotiations. So this is the official communication. Whatever was stated from staffers, from individuals associated, anybody else was not entailed to the official communication that they received. So obviously there's some disconnect. And again, we don't have all the information. And of course, Mayor, you've had an opportunity to speak to them, but none of us have. And I think the biggest concern tonight is how do we proceed with correcting the problem? Because obviously there is a problem. And it's going to be difficult to continue the conversation and in all honesty, with not knowing the basis of the information. Because right now I'm just listening to gather information and trying to review emails, but I have no idea what's going on with that aspect. So, and I don't think that's fair to our colleagues here on the dais, but I also understand Councilman McCoy's concern with proceeding with another firm before we have clarity as to what the issue is. So we're in Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
I'm just going to ask this one question, just for clarity's sake, so we don't go too far. Mr. Mayor, I think it's important for you to clarify. Did you say unresponsive or non-responsive? Because there's two different.
Well, non-responsive.
Wait, hold on. Non-responsive would have been done at the staff level, and I think we had a firm that was non-responsive, but unresponsive is something different. And I just want to make sure I understand what we're talking about. Okay, but. And to the chair's point, thank you for bringing that up. That is perfect. That was not in the official communication. So I got to agree with you on that. So I don't know where that came from.
So with this being a discussion item, Mr. Evans, we do have a concern, and I believe that's part of the reason that we have this firm here. But before we can even make that decision, it's clarifying, how do we not have this issue transpire on anything else that we're doing? And is there really an issue? Because I don't know, based upon the communications you just sent out, if we did drop the ball. So
maybe it's having a discussion, a further discussion to talk about it. But as of right now, I'm ready to proceed with the agenda items we have.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Ms. Evans.
with, the question came up as to how CBRE was brought to the table. Avison Young, when we pull the information, we have expended about $14,000 for the services of Avison Young. And so if you look at just in comparison, what we have spent with JLL for the Marina Village, and the work that goes into there, and I'm in those meetings, it's a significant responsibility that a consultant has, especially when with regards to these projects. And there was, and I don't know if you noticed or you may have not, there was at least 2 or 3 occasions that I can account for where the representative from this particular firm, from Avison Young, was in the room on other projects that were happening in our city. And there was not a time as part of that person being in this room did they ever interact with myself, Ms. Maxfield, Mr. Bailey, and I don't even know the procurement staff. There was no communication. There wasn't even, hey, we need to get together to be able to do that. In addition to the creation of the solicitation was delayed for almost a year from when it actually went out. So we said to ourselves, we wanted to wipe our hands from that. When we looked at the public procurement process that we went, PFM is our financial advisor. We utilize them for a multitude of different things. JLL is wrapped up in the Marina Village. Lambert is doing 2600. And so we said we did not want to continue with Avison Young. So let's look for the best in the industry to help facilitate repositioning this solicitation for the purposes of getting it back out in a way that gets the responses that the board is looking for. So that's how CBRE came into play and why we decided to do that. So there's a lot of things that came up as part of this conversation that it was never staff's intent to have come out from. The standpoint is we are looking for partners. We're looking for folks that want to come in and do great things in the city. We don't want to get into a back and forth. And that's why even the mere notification that was provided concerning the cancellation of the solicitation encouraged OHLA to resubmit. And in the new resubmission, it's going to be a request for proposal where we'll get all the information and you'll actually get a better process. There's no, from staff's point of view, there's no ill feelings, there's no animosity, there's no issues. And we are hearing things through the grapevine and no communication has been provided to staff. And so we were putting some of this documentation together in the event that this happened. But from staff's standpoint, we're prepared to move forward into, the resubmission of or resolicitation of the City Hall campus.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Well, Councilman,
Let me
Councilwoman-
just ask him a clarifying question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Evans, if what you're saying is true regarding Avison Young and Eric Swanson not being really included in this or having his role done, why was the solicitation sent out with him as the contact person? The RFP went out on the streets that says, if you have any questions, contact Eric Swanson at Avison Young or Bill Sutton at the City of Riviera Beach. And I'm just like, so if this has been a whole year in the making, why would we put a solicitation out on the street with somebody that's not even being a part of the conversations?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Evans, go ahead.
We wanted to truly work and give that particular entity the benefit of the doubt. But once we got the solicitation in, and there was during that process, no communications with staff or no interactions when persons were in the exact same room, we knew that the challenges we had on the front end was not something that we wanted to continue on the back end moving through this, especially in light, councilperson, of the comments that you read that we made, that I was going to be darn sure that whomever is going to help facilitate this is going to help us move the needle forward that has the skill set. And so we worked, tirelessly to try to get just an exclusive negotiation agreement. We weren't talking about a lot of other elements associated with the City Hall. We wanted to get an agreement to agree for the purposes of bringing this before you all so you can get into more robust conversations with the particular firm.
Mr. Evans, did we consider their suggestions? I mean, was there feedback or exchange on the exclusive negotiation agreements from their side as well? Did we incorporate any of their? Because what I was specifically told that when they said, well, we need more information to be able to enter into any kind of, we need more information. So here's what we're going to offer and this is why. But was there any consideration on the city's part to in good faith on that?
So Mr. Chair and staff can certainly provide some additional commentary. In order to get the additional information that they wanted us to pay $200,000 to do that. We bypassed the second step of the solicitation process to facilitate a process that they would have already done and provided in proposals. So we said, we don't think that we should pay for $200,000 for items that is contemplated that you would provide as part of the solicitation. So when that was requested to be put in there, absolutely not did we accept that, because that was contemplated as part, if you moved into phase 2, you would have to provide us with
But
that.
I cautioned us in that same meeting that we're skipping a whole phase. This is going to create a problem. I hate to say I told you so, but members, if you got extra hour, read the minutes and see if this isn't exactly what I predicted. I'm done with discussing it. I like OHL at the table.
Councilwoman Lanier?
Yeah, this is a lengthy conversation about a terminated agreement between, or terminated RFP between one entity and the other. Now, this is what I don't want to happen. The solicitation for the Marina project, from the very beginning, that has been muddled. It's been back and forth. It's been 5-6 years because it started out muddled. All this conversation tonight, and you move forward, it's going to be muddled every single step of the way. So we need to get this right. And getting that right means going back out, and they're welcome to apply, and we move forward. Because if we move forward now with this, it's going to be the same program. It's going to be the same thing. I mean, it's been 5-6 years at the Marina, and we still haven't done anything with it. Still. And we spent millions of dollars. So why would we go through that same process again? And this has been terminated. The solicitation has been canceled. They got the letter. Let's move on. It's just that I do not want to get in the same situation where we're at that Marina deal where it is so muddled that we can't make heads or tails of it because it started out that way. So I'm in favor of moving forward with this and getting it right this time. But also, too, let me say, it's a contract issue in terms of procurement. Now, I'm not putting any blame, but when these things come out, they have to come out right. And if you have consultants to help you to do that, then it's supposed to be right because you're paying them. So why is it that the garbage contract, the city hall contract, all these contracts, even the 2600 or 2900 project that's on Broadway, back out again? So we need to tighten up on that end as well. So I say we move forward and we do this thing right.
Mr. Chair.
Patel, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like us to move forward, not look back, and, whatever happened, if OHLA wants to respond to this new RFP, they can do so. But there were reasons why Mr. Evans wrote that letter on whatever day it was in October. And I'd like us to just get past that and move forward and put out this solicitation in the best possible way that we can with the best partners that we can. That's mine. For others.
Board members?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, members, Vice Chair and Councilwoman Miller Anderson, but I would very much caution you. This is a lot at stake for two reasons. I think if at a minimum there's enough, I've seen from the emails that were just presented to us that from when this was voted on to when an initial agreement went, that shows that we operated in bad faith. Our document says time is of the essence. 60 days does not indicate time is of the essence. Yeah, there were initial meetings, but I think if you don't go back and have a conversation, you potentially have these folks bring an action against the city and tie this whole thing up. And now we're going to be 5-6 years down the line. But I wouldn't spend $200,000 of my own money unless I have some expectations or reasonable assurances of what needs to take place and what the arrangement of the agreement is. So I would caution you, and if I would insist, if that's going to be the members' position down there, we put it to a vote, because I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't know that anybody can predict, but I think we have become known for having issues with solicitations. And if we go back out there and we get nobody, I mean, it wasn't like it was a whole lot of people knocking on the door in 2022 in October when we first issued this. So I would just disagree with that, because we can't do this every time. This shouldn't be the way we operate.
Chair, I mean,
Council-
yeah, we
Councilwoman
can put it to a vote, because see, this is what I'm afraid of. We start this thing out, and I said again, we start this thing out muddled. It's gonna be whispers and what happened, and I mean, we only got even half the story tonight. The staff members made a decision to terminate just the talks. It wasn't even a contract. It wasn't even something that could even get to us yet. So apparently there was a long way before we even got to bringing it to the council. So I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the fact that we will do this in a way in which it is clean. And the way that we've spent, 45 minutes talking about what somebody said on the outside, and we can be here all night with that. I just want to be able to move forward with this project. And if we're going to do it, let's do it right.
Mr. Chair.
Attorney Nguyen.
Pro Tem, there is no motion is necessary on this. It has been canceled. That means that the process is ended. And I don't know how you go back and undo the cancellation. I don't think you have the authority as the council to do that, because the procurement code gives that authority to the procurement department, and they've done what they are supposed to do under the procurement code. And so it has ended as far as your new 10A item goes.
Right, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Miller Anderson.
Okay, so then what was the purpose of us having this conversation? Just to bring it to everybody's attention, because a lot of this, I'm just here for the first time. I have not talked to anybody. I'm not even aware of the rumblings that may have been out there. So a lot of this I'm taking in as you all are discussing it. So basically, we're just forget about this conversation we just had, and now we move on to 11A? Or is there some reason to not move forward on 11A? To not even hear the item tonight? I mean, does it have any impact?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Stebbins, go ahead.
Yes, it would be staff's intent for the board to move on 11A because at this particular juncture, we don't have a consultant to help facilitate moving forward, and I don't want to go back to the pool of firms that we've utilized or are currently utilizing on other particular projects. So 11A is to recommend that the board consider a partnership with CBRE to help us with the resolicitation of the City Hall.
Any other questions, concerns, or discussion for 10A? My only comments with all the discussion on readiness is, Mr. Evans, is that there were comments brought up about the Marina project, about procurement, about solicitations, about the process and the path that we took. And it seems like there were some shortcomings
in regards to somewhere. I don't know if it was here. I don't know if it was on behalf of the applicant. And that's neither here nor there. If procurement code states that your department has a direction to terminate, then that's the code we'll follow. And if we need to address that as a board later, we can. As of right now, Councilman McCoy, I do recall those minutes, the conversation that you asked for when we would get updates. It was very vivid because I knew that this was the biggest project and this was a legacy type project that we want to do as a community. I don't feel confident in our staff to handle the level of these projects that's coming in. And as I said earlier, the consultants that we're looking to hire will assist us with walking and holding our hand to get through the process. But Mr. Evans, I think that it takes more of you to just be more attentive to our departments, because whatever is happening, we're having missteps with our procurement. We're having missteps in some of our other departments. And that is only person that we can have the conversation with is their direct supervisor. So to avoid us stepping over the toes of our city manager and staying within our policy-making abilities, we're asking you, Mr. Evans, to take charge of these departments and get it under control. Because there's something that's going on, and we're just kind of hearing from the outside. We're having these discussions in this public setting, and it's not a good look for the city when we're just trying to move the city forward and get some of these businesses going. So it's me asking for. We just had a whole hour discussion about an item that is not taking any action because there was unreadiness just with the board and concern, and it's just asking for you to just take better charge of these departments. Madam Clerk, 11A.
Resolution number 128-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving an agreement with CBRE Inc. for tenant broker and real estate consulting services, authorizing the city manager to issue a work order not to exceed $300,000, providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on item 11A. The acceptance of public comment cards for item 11A are now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 128-23.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, if I can have the Economic Development Manager, Ms. Sarah Maxfield, to make this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Chair, and Chairpersons. My name is Sarah Maxfield. I'm Economic Development and Business Development Manager. I'm here to share an opportunity to partner with CBRE for consulting services to help us facilitate a public-private partnership developer to move City Hall forward. Tonight we have with us Leanne Korst and Clarissa Willis that will be coming to the podium and giving a short presentation on the services that they would be providing should this be approved.
Thank you, Ms. Maxfield.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and Chair. I'm Clarissa Willis, and I am a brokerage consultant and with advisory. Thank you. And I'm a brokerage consultant with CBRE's Advisory and Transaction Services Department. However, the majority of my work is done with the Government Practice Group, which we're going to talk about in just a few minutes. I've been with CBRE for about 17 years now. I've done work with the City of Miami Gardens, Miami-Dade County, the City of Miami, the Hallandale Beach CRA, the City of Hallandale Beach, and the state of Florida. I've done land dispositions for DEP. Just want to give you a brief introduction of CBRE. We are the largest commercial real estate services firm in the world. We have over 500 offices in over 100 countries. We've been trusted by 90% of the Fortune 500 companies, and we have done projects with over 100 public sector clients. And what I'm most proud of is that we've been, for the past 10 years, rated one of the world's most ethical companies.
Mr. Chair, let me stop. So
Yeah.
I
Councilman, go
guess I don't know what, respectfully, I'm not sure what you're giving us right now.
Just background on the company.
The manager made it clear that this is where we're going. I mean, at this hour, I know at least I've spoken to you, and I don't know that a whole detailed presentation is necessary. unless some other member chooses to go through this, because clearly I think my question still remains, how is this item legally sufficient if they weren't a part of the original solicitation? This services wasn't procured.
Mr. Chair?
Attorney Wynn.
I think Mr. Evans explained, and maybe, I know there was a lot with the last item, so maybe it was missed. There is the opportunity under the procurement code to procure services through other means other than RFPs and RFQs, and one of them is a cooperative purchase agreement. And this was procured pursuant to a cooperative purchase agreement with, I believe it's the Department of Management Services, with the state. Isn't that correct, Ms. Maxwell?
Yes,
Phil?
ma'am.
Yeah. So that's how. It's similar to a piggyback, but it's a cooperative agreement with other governmental agencies.
Okay, all right. So if I've seen that referenced in here, but however, I seen that reference in this master contract service agreement, but there was no reference to that in the backup documentation of the cover memo. So I'm sitting here waiting for someone to tell me under what authority do we have to just hire another company out of the blue, and there's no legal justification for it. But I did receive this master contract services agreement that says they do work with DMS, and I'm like, at what point does somebody establish the legal sufficiency? This goes to the point that we have a severe problem in procurement. If we're charged with following 16.5 of the procurement code, somebody needs to say, board members, this section of the code allows you to enter into a cooperative. That's not even in the backup agreement. But respectfully, I don't know if I've had a very good meeting with you guys yesterday. Do we need to hear more about this, or do we just need to bring it to a vote? Because we got another item.
Well, board members, did everyone have their chance to have a one-on-one with the firm?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I agree with Councilman McCoy. They were very thorough. I enjoyed the presentation. I look forward to the timeline. The only thing that I would want you guys to outline is the timeline for the solicitation so that the board and the residents can be clear with where we're going, because we've been at this for about 2 years. So if this is approved tonight, what would be the next steps?
So if it's approved tonight, we would immediately begin preparing that solicitation document. We would not recommend issuing a solicitation of this magnitude during the holidays. So we would expect to issue that, and I'm sorry, I'm Leanne Korst, and I'm responsible for the Southeast Region government practice. I got excited about the next steps. So we would immediately begin preparing marketing materials, customized marketing materials, a website, and the solicitation document in close collaboration with your procurement team. And for those of you who I haven't had a chance to meet, I ran real estate for the state of Florida many years ago, 20 years ago. I'm aging myself now. So I am very, very keen to and attuned to making sure that public process is done correctly. So we would prepare a timeline at your request. We would immediately begin working on the marketing materials, and we would issue that solicitation just after the first of the year when we can grab the market's attention.
Thank you. And it would be a 90-day solicitation from my...
That's correct.
Okay. The question that I did ask, and colleagues, I'm not sure the timeline that we will address this, but once the solicitation has been reviewed and vetted by our staff and it comes to the board, the selection process, I want us to be clear with what that selection process will look like. I'm not sure when we'll discuss that, whether it's going to be if we have 3 to 5 solicitations, if they're going to narrow it down to 3, if they're going to all present. I want us to be clear with that before it goes out. So possibly having these discussions between now and the beginning of the year so that the entire board can opine on that.
Very important. Thank you.
Colleagues, any additional questions? Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, not on 11A.
Thank you.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Mel Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair, unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Land. Thank you, Ms. Trista, for
Thank
coming
you.
in.
Thank you
we
for your
look forward to working
confidence and
with you.
trust in us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maxfield. Madam Clerk?
Item 11B, Resolution Number 153-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving site plan application SP 23-0010 and special exception application SE 23-0002 from 5 IIFL2 LLC to operate an indoor amusement center in an existing building totaling 38,941 square feet on a 3.0789 acre parcel of land located east of Interstate 95 and north of Central Industrial Drive with postal address 7970 Central Industrial Drive, identified by parcel control number 564342302400000010, having an industrial IND future land use designation and a limited industrial IL zoning designation, providing for conditions of approval and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, you do have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on item 11B is now closed.
Motion to approve resolution number 153-23.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the Board, if I have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of council, Honorable Mayor, and Madam Attorney. I am before you to provide a brief presentation on the proposed site plan and special exception before you today. On the screen now is the map of the city with the project location indicated by the red dot on the screen. It is next to I-95, but it must be accessed from interior streets in the county. This is a closer visual of the project location on the screen before you now. The applicant is requesting approval of a site plan and special exception permit to open an indoor karting center in an existing vacant building at 7970 Central Industrial Drive. Existing conditions are a vacant warehouse. The parcel ID number was read into the record a moment ago. The property is approximately 3.0789 acres. The zoning is in limited industrial, and the future land use is industrial. Before you on the screen now is the proposed site plan. Again, this is an existing building, and the exterior will largely remain the same. A proposed elevation, the proposed floor plan for the operation. The slide before you now shows all of the areas of review that staff went through before this was brought to your attention. Again, just background information on the standards of review for site plans and the same for special exceptions. This slide here discusses the City Council's approval of Ordinance 4209, which amended the industrial zoning districts to allow indoor amusement parks as an allowable use. And that decision by this board is paying fruits in this current project, as it would not have been allowed without this. And it was done before this applicant began looking at the city. So this is a testament to those changes. This item has been properly noticed according to state laws and city ordinances, and staff recommends approval of this resolution. And that is the conclusion of the staff presentation, and I am available for any questions, and the applicant is here as well, and they are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sermons. Madam Clerk, public comment?
Miss Mary Brown?
Good evening, Ms. Brown.
Miss Mary Brown. Now, I was gonna stay here for this one. I think you all know that. This has been a long time coming, and I do not want the board to feel as if that lateness is an essence of time. West Palm Beach, they stayed in their meeting for almost 1 o'clock. Other municipalities, when they have to do the business at hand, they stays in as well. I know that we are all labored here. We'll sleep at it, but we have to do the business at hand. This, for what we have always said, we are so lock-keyed in here with land, and we have quite a bit of industrial components here all over the city here. And our main objective is to utilize those facilities, like a skating ring. You know, the kids go skateboarding, rock climbing, you know, and all of those things. I think, Mr. Sermon, you are aware of this as well. So I thank you for bringing this to the board, and I'm almost for sure that the board will be in agreement, because we do need some amusement recreational facilities in this city. We have none, but we can be accommodative to do these things. And Mr. McCoy, you're looking at me. I know you sleep at it too. Yes, we all are a little bit tired, but we're going to get through this, and we're going to do the business at hand. And let me just also say too, because I'm going to finish up too. The deputy city manager has been ill, but it is a pleasure in seeing her back. And I do wish her continuously a speedy recovery, as well as all of the others that are, you know, going through some difficult times, as well as the board too. You know, we've had these ups and downs, but we're going to get through these meetings here, and we're going to do the business that we are elected to do no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Graham.
That concludes public comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board members, any additional comments?
No.
Mr. Sermons, you said the applicant is here?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, if we can bring them up, please.
Sorry. Good evening. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate you staying so late and knocking this one out. It's been a long time coming. We're very excited to be part of your guys' great town and city. And if you have any questions, I'm here for it.
And your name for the record, please?
Drew Percival. I'm Director of Operations.
Mr. Drew, I just called you up just to thank you for investing into the city of Riviera Beach. As the speaker said, it's been a long time coming, and we're excited to actually have your business. Some type of social engagement, some entertainment is something that we love to attract to our community. So we just welcome you and thank you. And I'm going to be supporting your item. Board members, any additional comments, questions? Welcome, Drew. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Thank you.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Mill Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That vote passes, Mr. Chair,
Thank
unanimously.
you, Mr. Drew.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sermons. Discussions by the city manager?
None, Mr. Chair.
City attorney?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I have an announcement of a closed session pursuant to Florida Statute 286.0118D, public meetings and records, and in a desire to obtain advice concerning labor negotiations. I'm requesting a time that the City Council is available for a closed executive session regarding the Police Benevolent Association labor negotiations. I would like to know if you all are available on next Wednesday, November 8th, 2023 at 6 p.m. for this session. It would be right before your CRA meeting.
Yes, so we're doing it at 5:30 or 6?
6 o'clock.
Okay.
We got to see, all right.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Okay, therefore, a closed executive session will be held on the 8th day of November 2023 at 6 p.m. at the Marina Event Center, 190 East 13th Street, Riviera Beach, Florida 33404. And the specific matter to be heard again is the Police Benevolent Association labor negotiations. Those persons in attendance will be myself, City Attorney Dawn Nguyen, and/or Assistant City Attorney Keandria Davis, Special Counsel Jack McLean, Mayor Ronnie Felder, members of the City Council, City Manager Jonathan Evans, as well as the union negotiating team members, which consist of Assistant City Manager Deirdre Jacobs, Police Chief Michael Coleman, Deputy Police Chief Kevin Coppin, Human Resources Director Jacqueline Bartley, Finance Director Randy Sherman, and Assistant Finance Director Nydia Reynolds. The subject matter is restricted to police Benevolent Association labor negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Nguyen. Committee reports?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Botel.
I attended the Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce Education Committee meeting at the Max Planck Institute, the Florida League of Cities Legislative Policy Committee in Orlando, the League Fast Fly into Washington, D.C. The Florida League had a special meeting at the White House where we met with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. On October 24th, many of us attended the Florida Redevelopment Association Conference in Jacksonville. On October 27th, I chaired the joint workshop of the Palm Beach County League of Cities and the Palm Beach County Legislative Delegation. And today I attended the District 1 lunch for the Palm Beach County League of Cities. And shall I continue with my comments?
Just committee reports that I have is traveled to Washington, D.C., met with Congresswoman Sheila Sheffilis McCormick, Senator Scott Rubio, and Senator Marco Rubio and Senator Rick Scott. And there's going to be an update coming from Maurice's office, our federal lobbyist, that he'll be sending out to the staff based upon some of the discussions. We had very productive conversation and some possible support and appropriation requests that hopefully they'll be putting together with Congresswoman McCormick's office. Go ahead in your comments, Councilwoman Botel.
Thank you. Today I attended the Housing Equity Study Rollout Breakfast here at the Event Center. It was very well attended, and I want to make special note to thank Anita Jenkins and the staff for putting together a great event. People remarked repeatedly about how wonderful our staff at the Event Center were. So I thank them for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. Councilwoman Lanier.
Just one announcement. The residents and the council know that every year globally is December 1st is World AIDS Day, and we will have a program recognizing HIV-related stigma and a reminder of the global struggle for people who are living with HIV. And it will be here at the Marina December 1st at 5 p.m.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
I was the Palm Trend advisory board that I'm on. We had a meeting last week, but I was not in attendance because I was at the FRA conference. So I will follow up and get the minutes from that so I can give an update.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman McCoy.
Just one thing. On the 28th, myself, actually uncoordinated, just actually happened to run into the Honorable Mayor Ronnie Felder up in Okeechobee at our 12U regional Pop Warner Championship game. And as you guys had received notification that they were very successful, so much so I think we might just send them to Concentra, because I didn't even think these guys were playing in the same league. We have a really good group of 12U athletes, and they did a wonderful job. And I was very impressed, even more so these championship rings that came up. So I would like to use that as part of my committee report, because I'm a part of that committee and I'm looking to find out who's going to provide me one of those rings. But, you know, these guys did an exceptional job coming from Riviera Beach and representing. They did an outstanding job. So I was really proud, and they did a really great job. And I think they beat me back here, so I couldn't participate in the parade, but they did a great job, and I think it's well deserved. So good job to the coaches, the players, and the Parks and Rec staff, because they were very impressive. And wait, hold on. Let me add this. So going there, right? This team of young men had never ever had a single point scored against them the entire season. And during the game on Saturday, through just some freak incidental occurrences, there was 2 touchdowns that were scored on them, but they had a completely flawless season. No one had ever scored on them. So they were certainly a really good team to compete with. And I am looking forward to this Saturday. Is that right, Mayor? The state championship?
No, it's not the state championship. It's another
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Yeah, it's regionals. We are hosting the regionals. We were able to partner with Dwyer High School. So the game, I believe, is at 5 o'clock. So we'll provide some information. We also are going to make sure We give our young men a police escort out of town to bring home the championship. In addition to, the board's not going to get rings until we give you the Super Bowl rings because these kids are heading there. So we are already planning for if they do win this weekend. I think they're in Orlando. So I may have to exceed my $25,000 authority to help facilitate that, but I think it's for a good cause, but we'll keep you informed. So we're excited.
Well, I mean, if we're in the meeting, let's go ahead and authorize that now because these guys were playing like they were in Pro Bowl. So these guys were really good, and I got to give them the credit. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Chair, can I just say that
Councilwoman
also,
Miller?
we want to thank the young ladies, the cheer team for keeping the spirits up of those young men and the audience so that, make sure that these young ladies and these cheerleaders also are recognized because they also win, state awards as well.
Absolutely. Mayor?
Yeah, I think they said it all, but just echo and kudos to the parents, man. Some of these kids couldn't do it without the parents, and the parents that come out and participate, and team moms. I want to give them a shout out. Go Chargers.
Agree, echo the same sentiments. I'm going to be excited to be in the building this weekend. I'm sorry, at Dwyer High School, 5 p.m. And make sure the city, please come out. Amazon hiring information session is 9 a.m. this Saturday right here in the Marina. Everyone interested in an opportunity and a job with Amazon, please be here at 9 a.m. And I was also able to attend the Grow Lit Gala this past weekend. It was an amazing production, and I'm glad that we were able to support them. With no further business in the city, this meeting is adjourned.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.